This here then.
Players. The Poker Atlas Tour is returning to Texas Card House Dallas and TCH Social Las Colinas from August 20th through September 3rd. Over $2 million in guarantees across 18 big events, including the $500,000 guaranteed Dallas Duel and the $1 million guaranteed title event. Mark your calendars now. For the full schedule, visit TexasCardHouse.com and the Poker Atlas app.
Brings you the premier poker experience in Austin, Texas, with a full restaurant and a full bar, plus up to 50 poker tables. Get ready for the grand opening, coming to Austin, Texas on August 28th. For full details, visit TexasCardHouse.com. Get in the $30,000 guaranteed first-hand tournament for a $100 buy-in. $10,000 added to first place, all part of the grand opening of TCH Social Austin. TCH Social Austin's grand opening, $300,000. Guaranteed multi-flight tournament runs from August 29th through September 2nd. Get into any of the 12 flights with a $250 buy-in. TCH Social Austin presents the $50,000 Black Chip Bounty Tournament on Labor Day, September 2nd. $300 buy-in. Cards in the air at 2 p.m. Buy one, get one time match. Up to $500. This deal is only available for the first 300 members checked in on August 28th at the TCH Social Austin grand opening. On August 28th, get your Texas Card House annual membership for only $10. That's a 97% discount from $300. Only on opening day and only at TCH Social Austin. On August 28th in Austin, Texas, $500 high hands every 15 minutes. Over $10,000 in giveaways. Starting at 12 p.m. only on the opening day of TCH Social Austin. Free play for a month at TCH Social Austin. Be at the grand opening on August 28th and checked in by 5 p.m. to get entered into the drawing. 5 winners will be drawn at the end of tournament registration. On August 28th through 30th, $500 overnight high hands. Every hour from 12 a.m. to 6 a.m. This special promotion is only happening at TCH Social Austin. From 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. on August 29th through September 1st. Play 1 hour and get 2 free hours. This special deal is only available at TCH Social Austin during those dates of the grand opening.
Good evening, everyone. It is your boy DT. Welcome. Thanks for joining me this evening for this 2-5 cash game here at TCH Houston. It should be an exciting night for y'all. We got a great lineup for y'all. Straight in the action. Everybody here to play. Oh, first hand of the stream. Con wakes up with aces. No 7-deuce game. Not gonna let that go. George defends. Gonna see some fireworks. Not too much for George. See how Con decides to play this.
I think my lowest VFIP on the stream.
Combat. Looks like George's gonna float. An exciting turn. Queen of Hearts. Jack might give him just enough to stick around. I don't see him getting too out of line with this.
I literally was dealt like queen 3 off the entire time, and it was a spot where Wes and HB were both on my left, which is a disaster. Because I don't know.
George sticking around with his pair. Got some interesting rivers. That's not gonna
super maniac.
Not gonna do anything. Con, a real action player, capable of putting people in real tough spots. I wonder if George knows that. I played a bit with Con the other day.
Exactly. So what happens is
Capable of doing some real strange things. Oh, ace it off. It's fair. Ace is good. Always a great way to start off a
If I
stream.
open,
Get aces, get paid.
then I'm just gonna get 3 bet a ton.
Sometimes it's that easy.
Like ridiculously loose opens, but I can't like move it. So it's like it's just like a worse and I was targeted.
But thank everyone who started joining me for right now. I'm in the booth solo tonight. If y'all are out there, just drop me a comment and love to chat with y'all.
They just like do it like random.
Dude, there was a hand where Ty 5-bet ripped for like 4,000, ace-9 offsuit against Kenny. Dude, 4-bet. Kenny 4-bet 7-4 off to
Players being real friendly with each other. Most of these players have played a ton of hours with each other, all familiar faces.
Funny hand that I had against Kenny, where we were playing the TCH here on stream. He ends up 3-betting these from the small blind, and
Gonna shout out to Cobb's girlfriend, Gabby.
He just calls. Board comes.
Shout out,
Board
acknowledge.
comes Queen 10. Queen 10 something.
Not much of anything around. Players, a bunch of ace highs.
And then he dong bets pot.
Hope Cobb
Like what?
He does stuff.
doesn't give
What
up.
is going on here?
Dude, he delivered like the sickest or second sickest beat of my life the other week.
But this is where I need to tell you what he had though. He had 8 deuce
We got a
off.
pair and a open-ended straight draw.
I'll tell you something super similar. I did $20
Doc,
channels on. I made
Doc gets the
$70
job done with a bet.
clubs.
It's gonna be hard to fall down with just a pair of fours.
I call. I'm only like 1,200 effective. How much you lines? The flop comes deuce, 3, 2 clubs. That's not like naked flush draw or whatever. Penny bets out for
These
3.
players are starting incredibly deep today too. We got
Rolls off for the remaining 7.
Con
Kenny
in
has
seat
a
5,
7 of spades,
starting off 4K. Doc Felt,
7-4
seat
high
6,
with no draw at all.
4.5. MF, seat 1K. Dish Money, seat 3, 2K. Diego in seat 8
I vote
with
we just keep it
1.85K. Austin in seat 7, $550. Cobb in seat 4 with 2.7K. Ethan in seat 9 with 5.1K. And George in seat 2 with over 3K. So plenty of healthy stacks
That's some
to
fucking
go.
street poker right there. 2,000 big block.
What you have?
I wonder if any.
5K.
I don't think any mini games are on yet. Con's playing 7 deuce with himself, opening it up. I like it. He Con's one of those players that really likes to play. It's fun to watch him play because he does things that aren't usual. Austin coming along with the king, hearts, and MF of course coming along with his 8s. See if Con can get this through.
Nobody was disagreeing with you running it twice in the 9K.
Not a good flop for the 8s, but Con's got the initiative with this 7 high, and Austin just checks his value. And oh, what a turn! Now we have flush draw versus set versus open ended. MF gonna lead out. We have plenty of interesting rivers. Con with 7 deuce, can't go anywhere. Oh, and Austin has a gut shot to go along with.
No, theoretically it's totally supposed to be. No one.
Tons of rivers can give us.
Yeah,
Oh, and 7 deuce makes the best hand. I hope there's a bounty.
But nobody plays it like that. So it doesn't matter. It's kind of like how
And with the way Con plays, it's going to be hard not to pay him off. I mean, MF definitely thinks he has the best hand now.
But nobody plays it like that.
He's going to bet it.
Exactly.
Go for a little bit of value. I like it.
Yeah, obviously it's supposed to make it tired.
I mean, it's hard to make a pair, let alone a set. Con with basically the virtual nose trying to figure out what he wants to do.
Never played a rake game.
Most certainly going to raise here.
Online, but not. Yeah, I've
You don't have.
been told that.
Yeah, someone could have queen jack, but you're not deep enough to really put him into any tough decision points. So, oh, there's the big raise. That's all of it.
Depending upon the place, they may take many tips.
But he's never experienced the frustration of being at a place where they take $1
And
if you drop.
Austin let his pair of 6s go. And this is a tough spot for MF. I mean, he
like Hustler, like California, like
doesn't beat any value at this point. Loses the two bigger sets,
they
Queen
take
Jack and a
power out of
7.
the chop.
But
And if you
Just holds through.
Dude, the worst one is
Khan
there's this
Khan
rumor
can do
around
some
College Station that it
some
punches
interesting
like
things.
$9 games.
Saw
I'm
playing
like,
with him
that's
yesterday.
so
He's
good.
certainly more than capable. Up
Yeah,
and
so I
pays
was
it off.
asking about that room, and he was like, yeah, he's just
Same
not
thing.
gonna play it.
I hope there's a bounty getting
He
paid
just
by
said he doesn't
everyone.
play it 'cause the-
Nope.
Yeah, I
Just
have
playing the
friends
7
in
deuce game with
College Station.
himself.
The
But
only time
good for him. Because
they
sometimes
ever
you just gotta make it
got there
interesting
was
for
one time
himself.
Wolfgang went there for like a day.
Hello D, don't play. How's it going tonight?
Try to recruit him to like. his private game.
Is he
Yeah,
I was like,
Con
okay,
9-7 off. And
in the
it's
chat?
alright.
and
Alright.
I don't know if he'll ever come through.
I was worried for you guys, but I got
But he was like entertaining it. He was like, send a pic.
Yeah.
There's I love playing this with these group of guys. I normally play, or I've played a lot on the Thursday game, as y'all have seen. And for those of you who just joined me, it's DT here in the booth today.
No. His value doesn't come from his game.
Figured I'd give commentating a try. It's always be interesting from this side of the table, or I guess booth. Looking how people are playing and what people are doing. I've always wanted to commentate on myself, but I don't know if I'll ever get a chance to do that. I think that'd be a unique experience. MF seems to have reloaded for a little bit.
He's my age. And I'm 26. I'm 25. Excuse me.
Oh, we're getting big hands right off the bat. MF coming in, ace 5 suited. George waking up with the jacks. I hope the 7 deuce game. Tish folds the 7 deuce. The 7 deuce game's off, and that makes me sad. I enjoyed mini games. I don't enjoy too many, but the mini games are make it fun. Just put ace queen in the muck.
He does. He
He
looks
looks
younger.
young, yeah.
He does in both of them.
Ethan suited MF just folds. Doesn't want to chase his money yet. It's a good pickup by George.
What did we say we run a Nick game?
Oh, they're talking about starting the knit game. Knit games are great. Great mini game. There's all sorts of variations now out there with the knit game too. I think they're just gonna play the standard one with the splash pot. I believe the bounty is
Alright,
You want to do something
so
first real quick?
is everybody-
$25 a
everybody-
hand.
everybody
But for
understand
those of you
what's
who do not know what the knit game is,
Wait, literally
every
one
player is given a little plaque,
hand. Go to the bathroom.
and whenever you win a hand, you relinquish your plaque. And the last person remaining with the plaque has to pay a bounty. And in this case, it's $25 for each other person in the game, and that will be put into the next pot as a splash pot. So the last person with the plaque will put $200 into the middle once they're the last person remaining, and then that gives something for people to fight for in the next hand. It's such an interesting dynamic, because for such a little amount of money, people go bananas to make sure they don't lose this game. I myself am very guilty of, spending thousands of dollars so I don't lose $200 when you can just lose $200.
I got you, man.
But it's all about not losing. D, what's my favorite starting hand? My personal favorite starting hand, it's not a real hand. Let's get that out because everyone's going to say aces or kings or some nonsense like that. Is 10-7 the Negreanu. It was the first hand I ever won a significant pot with, a 4-digit pot with. I flopped a straight with, got it in versus a flush draw, 2 flush draws in a set and held up. And I'd never won a 4-digit pot before in my life, and so that's my favorite hand now, even though it's a terrible hand. Hey Tanner, good to see you. Glad to see you here. MF is a great handle. It stands for exactly what you expect
And then
to stand
everyone
for.
at all my
I cannot say right now,
It happens like that.
but
And I was like, screw it.
2 folds, 3 raises it to 30.
he
4 folds.
he doesn't like being called by his real name when he plays.
Yeah, nicknames come out of those random
Oh, it's always interesting to see some of the nicknames people come up with
And one's gonna call.
to go by on streams. And some of them like going by these handles off stream too. We got ourselves a little bit of something here. Top pair, top kicker versus open-ended straight draw.
One calls.
You got to bet the call. MF. Oh, straight comes right in. Looks beautiful. Tish really happy right now. MF normally plays his draws straightforward, and this looks like exactly like the hand he has. He's gonna go for some value.
One bet
MF
300.
selecting to raise right now,
3 folds.
and he gets the better hand of fold. That's insane.
It's your time to shine, yeah.
Hold it straight.
Wow. Just no hesitation, straight in the muck.
Should we do
That D 7-6 suited, fantastic hand. Love it. All those suited connectors, one gappers, I love them. Sometimes a little too much.
I have great toss.
What does let's start with that?
Indra, 7-10, you got me. 7-10, any suit, favorite hand. Great hand.
You know, if people start getting really stuck, then you play the
He's,
progressive.
yeah, Tanner, he's
Huh?
an interesting character.
The penalty is all relative to the stacks. I would argue it's more relative to the
For
stacks.
those of y'all that don't know, TCH is opening up a new property
Oh, of
in
course,
Dallas.
both. I'm just saying.
The TCH Social is opening up at the end of the month. So for the first 300 members that show up there on opening day, we'll get time match up to $500 in free time. Buy one get one free up to $500. It's a great deal. You're gonna play anyways. I personally try and take advantage of these deals as often as they come out, but
Hypothetically, if everyone's like 10K deep, 200 is.
for those of y'all that are gonna go see them on opening day, try and take advantage of that time promotion. It's a great deal.
Oh, of course, yeah. You just changed like 30 ahead of 40.
Got a little gut shot action here versus 7 high. That's probably get it done. Oh, and they've started the Nick game too. The placards have been passed out. And we got him. We got the float with the 7 high. With Austin's got some plans maybe on future streets. It's a terrible card for the King High. I would love to see. Yeah, I think this is Austin's spot to make a move. If he calls. Oh no, never mind. I'll beat him to it. Beat him to it. I think he was planning on repping the flush. I think he still could have planned on repping the flush too. With such a short stack. I mean, he might get called light, but if you're gonna float the 7 high there, then you gotta have some plans for some other street. Checking out the aggression frequency so far. Con way at the top, 55%. And that holds true with all I played with him. He's a very aggressive player. Very, very aggressive.
Check.
But these numbers are going to change as we're only 6 hands in. Lots of action in store for y'all tonight. This is a good lineup. Good lineup for y'all. Thank you for everybody who is joining me tonight.
Cool. Action's here.
And Cobb, first to get rid of his knit button. Always a great feeling.
And I thought about jamming the 2.8K.
Raises his crabs.
And he was like, I had ace king, I would have folded to a jam.
Doc, rebetting the ace-9 offsuit. Getting a little frisky. Wanting to get rid of his knit button early on. And people see MF with the ace-4. See if he's thinking about doing something. He calls with the ace-4. I'm telling you, the knit buttons make you do some crazy stuff. Jonathan showing some love for his boy Khan. Yeah. He is a fantastic poker player. Very, very aggressive. Going, I believe, 4 ways to the flop. Oh no, ace. He released ace jack. Pocket 3's best on this flop. It's gonna be who wants it most, I think. Doc with the aggression. Just stick behind. Oh, and that's I think this is MF's time to take the betting initiative. No one has much of anything. Just gonna have to. Cobb is contemplating his options. Can't really call with threes here. Just can't take any pressure. And Doc, let's go. Get MF getting it through. Yes, Tanner Dockenfeld is his handle, which is also interesting because he is a doctor. So he's kind of doing both. That he's a doctor and a poker player. Playing it both into that. I have no clue. I guess I could come up with some sort of handle, but I usually just go by David or DT.
Like, bluff someone, they're like, oh, I'm not gonna.
Yet. Do any of y'all out there have any interesting names y'all go by on stream?
I have a 10
Curious.
from C3. C4, I mean. And a 20 from C4. A 10 from C4.
It's okay, we learn, MF.
Keep the 20 going.
Feels like the first time.
I like the people who. I think the really cool ones are the people who do like plays on their own names, just slightly modifying their names, like Tish Money, or like
I already lost my net, but I kind of wanted to see.
7 raises at 60.
Austin waking up with a real hand here. The Kings,
60 is the ball.
60. It's gonna be hard for him to get action. Such a short stack.
2 folds, 3 folds. 4 folds.
Con? Oh, Con says he'll gamble with him. And this is Con. This is what makes Con so dangerous, because when he has a hand, you just pay him off, because he'll do stuff like this. He just wants to gamble sometimes. King's in a great spot to double up here. Good pot for Austin. Good chance for him to get out the neat game. Gonna run it once. Backdoor hopes and dreams for Khan. Spade is. Oh, now it's a sweat. Oh, good double up for Austin. Kings hold up. Oh, it looks like we had a card read error. Sevens. That makes a little more sense. But still a sweat. A lot more outs.
I know, I literally was like,
By a lot, I mean 2, but 2 more is a lot. Some people's book.
I know, I was like, man.
Well, if you lose, you have to pay the Nick game if you weren't gonna leave. So good thing you didn't.
Yeah.
Does everybody know
Yeah,
that?
we
Clear
always
Everybody know that?
hold you
If
can.
you get stacked and a Nick
Before
game
the
is
Nick
still
game,
on, and you still have your button, you still are on the hook for the $200 penalty. It doesn't matter to you anymore now
I have a
because
10
you
from
lost
C5
it.
and a 20 from C6.
But if
We have run into issues.
Discussing the semantics of
I
the
thought I mentioned that
Nick
to you
game.
before stream when we were talking.
Oh, no, I didn't know that.
Kind of based on an honest stream. They're discussing what
That's
happens
for
if
everybody.
someone.
Stacked during the Nick game,
What happens if you get packed and you don't want to buy it back in? You've seen it in the past where people have left and not paid the bounty. It's mostly an honest.
There's one time this guy.
Not a good time. Come on, guys. If y'all are gonna play the Nick game, just pay the Nick game.
He like went somewhere.
It's a fun game.
I don't know, his car or
I mean, everyone's here on the stream to have a fun time. Nick game is definitely a fun time.
Nah, different time.
Okay, well there was one where the guy robbed an ATM like 4 times and got sheltered.
Oh yeah, that was
George going after it with the suited king on the button. Noticing MF, probably that MF loves to limp, really trying to ISO him.
But what are you gonna
And
say? Like, you know,
it's a walk for his nip button with the king 4 suited. Well done. The aggression pays, boys and girls.
I mean, I don't know. Be like, oh no, I don't know. Like you could be like, oh, I don't know.
I have a 10 from C6.
No.
When he says he has the cash, it's like hard to say.
But I mean, that's just like, yeah, you probably don't want to play with like unknowns.
you gotta lose it twice now.
I know. Should have been running.
No, it's definitely different.
I've only played on this stream more than there.
Because everyone at the table, knew he wasn't coming back. Like, we couldn't really do anything about it.
Right. No, he's gone.
Only a couple nip buttons have been
Yeah, I think that just
keeping up so far. It gets real interesting when it gets down to the last 2 or 3.
The rule wasn't the confusion.
I'm excited because this is a group of players where some interesting things can go down when it's the last 2 or 3. just to not pay that penalty.
1 calls 10. 2 folds. 3 raises it to 60. 4 folds. 5 folds.
Tish isolating that limp.
6 calls 60. 1 calls 60.
Cobb
3 players.
mucking the king queen offsuit. It's a little snug, but
6
Doc
checks, 1
flopping the
check.
best of it out of the straddle. I think he limped actually. No, that was out of the straddle. Yeah, out of the straddle. Tish with the betting lead and the range advantage, betting it. Doc just right away, finding out where he's at. Glad to get rid of his knit button too. I know Doc. It always pains Doc to have that knit button whenever I play with him. As it pains me, I lost the knit game yesterday. Not a fun time. But it's all in good sport. You can't win or you can't not lose every time. I guess is the best way to phrase it.
Hopefully eventually the 20 goes
Not lose. You can try. Our good stream friend the Catman declared the other day that he had not lost the knit game ever, and he promptly lost the knit game that day. So we think he was lying. But if not, then he can no longer declare that. So
8 folds, 9 folds.
it always slightly breaks my heart to see people throw away those small suited one gappers connectors. But I mean, everyone has different games.
2 raises it
George
to
opening up.
3 folds.
Lovely 9/8 suited in late position.
5 calls
Got some
60.
Broadway
6 folds.
hitting the mud.
7 calls.
Con, the queen 3 offsuit, wants to get in there, and Austin with a mystery card.
On the river, I try to bet 800 in the 2K, and I bet 800 in the leg. 2K, and I bet 1.8 on it. Like I took 2 blacks off.
I believe just a queen for Con, and
And then I realized my mistake with the dealer. I was just sitting there like, fuck. See,
2 bets 50. 5 folds.
George betting. Con gonna come along with his pair. Oh wait, no, Austin came along. Con folded. It's a big turn for George, picking up a flush draw. Austin's gonna lead here.
7 bets 85.
This just might be enough piece of the board for George to come along. I think based on. Oh, there's a raise. This is a spicy play by George, putting a lot of pressure on Austin's one pairs, I guess. If Austin has ace-3, like maybe ace-3 off or ace-3 of diamonds, I mean, this is a terrible spot to be in. Facing a raise for basically his whole stack. I mean, you only have a little bit left after that. See what he decides to do. Yeah, Tanner, the button is a special button for the RFID table, so it can detect where the button is. So I know, as someone who sits around it all the time, I know what you're talking about. It's not. At least it doesn't emit a sound. The sound would be. I don't know if that would be bearable for that.
I'm all in from seat 7.
Oh, Austin has to go with it. George is probably gonna oblige and call and gamble. Got some gambling going on.
I actually do need to buy a new car soon.
I'll do it later.
Oh, it looks like we have a little card read error. It's not the 3 of diamonds.
Seat 7 all in for 545. 545.
It looks like it. This looks. I think he has 2 pair. So yeah, a lot different. But no club. Clean run out. So let's see what Austin has.
King, queen.
Oh, king queen. That's a big bet call.
Spades, queen, heart.
Add on 5
Wow, that's a huge pickup from Austin. George probably hates to see that. That's what he was up against. A little bit unlucky. Maybe Austin, since the players have been playing for a little bit before the stream, knew something was up, but good on him. Good double up. Said one small double up and then one big double up now.
Other people also do it.
Metaphorically beeping.
Hard to put on the $20 shot on the table.
It looks like they're starting an additional straddle, and this game is no cap on the amount you straddle for or the amount of times you can straddle. If players want to, they can straddle for $100 under the gun, their entire stack if they want to, or just keep it going. But most people just min straddle. Got a big hand brewing here. Tish with the tens, and Doc in the small blind with the big slick. Diego waking up with a little bit of hand too. Might want to get frisky with his knit button. Everyone else being really active. Choosing not a bad candidate to get a little frisky with. Tish releases his tens real quickly. And Doc just piles it in, and of course just releases the king queen. That's a good pickup for Doc. $550 with ace high. I'll take that every day of the week. Whenever I get dealt ace king, I get $550 uncontested. I feel like whenever I get dealt ace king, it's much more of a struggle than that. Flop comes 7 high, and I don't have any backdoor flush draws. Probably slowly becoming my least favorite hand, ace king. I'll still play it. Don't get me wrong, I understand why the hand's good. Not giving the camera a stare. Tanner. Missed you, brother. Long time. Do you play poker at all?
Fold from C2, fold from C3, fold from C4, fold from C5. C6 folds.
Austin with a little suited connector in the small blind. Over lip. Ethan, real happy to see a flop for free. Oh, it's a big flop for the 4-3. We have someone flopping a pair too.
7 checks.
I imagine a little bit of money is going to get put in here. Yeah, not a lot, just a little bit. MF raising. Oh, this is interesting. Austin loving it right now. Ethan happy to just get out of the way. Austin picking up extra equity. Not that I think that he thinks he needs it. Clean run out for him. Assuming MF doesn't have 10s or 8s, he's going to go for a little bit of value on the river. Probably not going to get paid off. MF just doesn't have enough of a hand yet. Let's go with his ace high.
I had 2 8-offs.
8 dudes?
Yeah, 8 dudes off. With $10.
Ethan happy he got out of the pot knowing he would have connected with that turn. Although I don't think people are going to go too crazy. There's a limped pot, but you never know. It's Texas. People do some wild things down here in the poker games. I've seen all sorts of things I would never have expected to see happen in games down here. And the human element is real.
A few hours, I think.
Few hours.
Wait until everybody gets.
You don't even have chips to lock up yet.
Wait till I either get stacked and then add on for 4K,
Or
or
Set over something or something.
Get back in the
folds,
action.
four folds.
Lots of the little cards being mucked, so
You don't want to just dive right in.
Khan, not one to care what his cards are, will open the 5-4.
Exactly, stretch a little bit.
Diego,
C8 folds, 50.
the real hand. It's Ethan with the real hand too. Let's see what he decides to do.
C9 raises it to 225.
3 bets the king queen.
Parker
Good.
was like so cocky the whole time. He kept saying like in the tag team, he's like, if I have
Khan
so many
probably
chips, I'm gonna
want to
cut,
see a
cut.
flop.
I
He,
literally reached one level
he's
and
a
punted my
gambling man.
Andrew, you can't do that.
Dangerous too. It's dangerous to play with him.
I'm upset at the opponent, and I was like, one, it's like a $200
Releases it.
buy-in, who really cares?
I don't. But I can't. I don't think Diego's gonna release his ace yet.
Yeah, exactly.
He does.
My teammate punted hard too.
And Ethan gets rid of his nib button just like that.
Yeah, that one guy, he ran up
It always feels good when you get no resistance. You have a lighter hand and then the button goes. It's released.
Yeah. That one, the aggro guy. The what guy? The aggressive guy with there's like a monkey. Yeah, the monkey guy. Yeah. He must have
It's
just how you put it up. He like.
It's always an interesting dynamic because the amount of leveling wars that people can go into with the nib button. Because I've made some dumb calls and some great calls because of the mid game, but I don't know if it evens out. I probably made more dumb calls because of the mid game than good
I
calls.
don't play many tournaments, but he was just like opening like.
It's fun.
Like, okay, I
Fun
guess I
time.
fold that. Like,
C2 fold, C3 fold, C4 fold.
See people do things that they wouldn't normally do. Just
Busted me out of a big tournament too because he open shoved the button for 37 blinds with king 10 off, and I had ace king in the big blind.
did he spike a 10?
Yeah, two of them on the flop.
C8 folds, C9.
Doc limping. Probably a couple limps around. Oh, MF getting aggressive. The 9-6 of hearts.
So sick. Jackie was running so bad.
Not gonna lose Doc
For
for sure.
He's like, do you think I should call this?
C6
And he's like,
raises
okay, I'll
to
call it.
Oh.
It's like, I'm like, that's so
Doc
sick.
ice. MF calls.
That was like one of the few times
Gonna
I
see a
Jackie
flop.
was
Heads up.
genuinely pissed.
It's a good.
It takes a
Oh,
lot to
that's
really
a
piss off
great
Jackie.
flop for MF.
C1 check. C2,
Not gonna see bet.
125.
That's a monkey guy for
I
you.
think.
Every time we talk to the monkey that day, he
I never know how MF plays. He always plays his hand so interestingly because he does
If he talks to the monkey, it's done it.
does
Yeah.
everything. Well, not fold. I just meant like call and raise.
Really?
He can't bring it in.
To make this a real big pot. And that's dirty. Now a real hidden 2 pair for MF.
One check.
Doc with his gut shots. I don't think Doc is yet. I think he's just gonna check this and take his equity.
Yeah,
And that's a bad card for MF.
Somebody.
But he has to think his pair of 9s is still good some of the time here.
C1 check.
Yeah, you can get it.
Doc fires out a big bet. It's gonna be hard for. I mean, MF's gonna be in a tough spot.
C6 bets 375.
I don't think this is a big enough bet. I mean, your story is that you have one pair, and if you thought your one pair was good, you can go for a little more value. Yep, not gonna.
2 bucks.
And he gets rid of his knit button, just like that. Nice hand, MF. Good pickup there. Well played. Tish giving him a little bit of lip for playing the 9-6 of hearts.
he's on tilt. It's part of their revenge.
MF typically favors the bigger suited cards than the tiny ones.
2, 5,
So it's good to see him show up with something like that. Help keep him disguised. Gotta keep him guessing.
3. 10 from C3. Button is on.
I attribute being like one of the last few in the Nick game as like being the weird kid in the friend group, you know? Everybody kind of like picks on you a little bit.
C5 raises it to 50.
Like, you know, you're all friends with the guy,
Dishes.
but, you know.
7 fold.
One of the biggest advocates for the knit game that I've ever seen, and he always ends up being one of the last 5. I don't know why, but
Everyone knows who it is. There's nothing wrong with that guy, but
so amusing that He just loves it.
C2 raises it to 225.
Got a open and a call. And a squeeze from the big blind. Tish thinking about making a move with the queen 3 of spades. And he does.
C3 raises it to 600.
Getting the other queen 3 to fold. The ace high and king high is probably gonna, and he proudly shows it. I would probably show that too if I got that through.
Not the weird kid right now.
Yeah, I shouldn't say today.
It's a good small pickup for him. Plus getting rid of nip
I'm gonna
button.
be the weird kid a lot, and I accept it.
So far, Con
So
and Austin are the two big winners. For the night, everyone else hovering a little bit around even, except for, and then George
We always do.
down
He's back though. He's back.
to 1.8k. But all of that can change quickly. As most of y'all know, it only takes one hand,
I have a 10.
maybe 2 hands depending on how much you're stuck.
When he didn't show.
But that's not very many. 2 hands can happen instantly.
Well, his 3 is like 5th pair.
Is that this red or my?
You have pocket 8s.
Looks like the 20 straddles on now.
The graphics are wrong.
Yeah, the graphics are probably wrong.
9.
This is got a couple limbs.
I think the graphics pick it up.
You should tell them that because if you actually did have aces and he thought, like if he actually saw it and
I think they're talking about the graphics reading the cards wrong. Maybe he did not have the queen 3 of spades, which is slightly disappointing. I hope he had the queen 3 of spades.
Nobody wants to show aces. It's too easy like that.
If the graphic is wrong, everything is upside down.
yeah.
The comments will be wrong.
Sometimes, Tanner, sometimes it'd be a rough day. Last Thursday was a rough day for me, even though the stream ended early. Cobb facing the decision.
C4 raises it to 300. C5 folds.
Thinks his 9s are the best hand. George could be
6 folds. C7 folds.
going wide. Also probably just doesn't want to go Texas heads up because it always goes 5 ways to a flop down here for some reason. You know,
Walk into the main menu. 8.
George not loving it. Yeah, puts it straight in the mug. And then Cobb telling him good fold. But equally, he's probably pretty happy that he didn't have to play a post flop for those 9s.
Spectacularly long.
Outside of hitting a 9, even though you're in position, you get put in some really tough spots.
Ray actually started to get kind of mad.
Those of y'all with me tonight,
I was just
I
laughing
know
about how
a
long
lot of y'all frequent Austin,
Huh?
and they are opening a new
Everybody was getting hands, so
poker room there. At the end of the month, they will be having a grand opening tournament, 300k guaranteed, $250 buy-in with multiple fights, and then some extra prizes
I got what's his face
for people who bag
so
multiple
long
things.
before the Nick game ended that it doesn't even
Uh,
get the same name.
Interesting to see them give away some cash for the most entries. But you get an $800 double bag bonus, 12.5% cash and 8% day 2. 25k starting stack with 30-minute levels. These tournaments are good value. I mean, 300k guarantees. First place off. I mean, for a $350 buy-in tournament, first place will probably walk away with 40, 50 grand, maybe a little more. I mean, that's a hefty payday for a $250 buy-in tournament.
No,
So, those of y'all already interested in going to see the new TCH Social in Austin, that gives you just another reason to go.
you owe him an apology.
I personally am trying to dip myself or my foot into more tournaments, but it's hard. Tournaments are just so different than cash. I've discussed it with Wes on here so many times. Cash I can get up whenever I want. I lose pot, I can add on the big stack, match stack. But tournaments, you gotta grind. Got to grind.
So you call 69, but
Now MF's play is getting analyzed by Tish. Trying to dissect that brain, which is I honestly wouldn't want to be in the brain of MF. There's a lot that goes on in there.
I didn't actually go.
Very, very interesting individual. Lovely guy, great guy. Always here, always in a good mood. Even when he's losing, he's in a good mood. Great guy to be around. George really trying to get after these last couple hands. See if he can.
2 calls 20.
Size the limp. Get a couple limps. We're gonna have some more limps. Nope. Khan gonna oblige.
6 raises it to 1,000. 1,000.
Doc getting after it. I'm so sad that they don't have the 7 deuce game on.
5.
My 8-5 off.
Shows 7 deuce of hearts.
That the card readers weren't wrong there. That's the 7 deuce of hearts, and no bounties from everyone. That's just your cojones. Power poker. I really wish the 7 deuce game was on. Although when there's too many games going on at the same time, it can be good for the game. I think sometimes it makes the game get a little too wild. Like 7 deuce plus the knit game is wild. It'd be good for y'all. Y'all would love it. Painful for some of the people. Yeah, MF. I don't think MF puts a whole lot of thought into his wardrobe. But yeah, that's one of the more colorful shirts I've seen him wear. Lots of polos. Lots of polos. Bob opening up the button to queen. Weird to see Khan release a queen of his own in the small blind. Austin defending the straddle with the 10-4 off. I like it. Probably a little loose, but you know what? Why not? Flopping the best hand, but not by much. Top pair versus bottom pair and a high flush. Gonna lead it. I imagine Cobb wants to put more chips in the spot. I don't think. Lex just a call. That's a real humdinger for Austin to sing. Cobb could easily have some ace highs. I think he's gonna bet this. It's just such a good card for him to bet on the button. He doesn't really need it. His pair of sixes doesn't have a whole lot of showdown. Austin is gonna have a 10 and 9 a lot. Plus, if he has a smaller flush draw, you kind of want him to hit that too. Pay a little more. Austin making the call. Oh, that's a good card for Austin. It's going to be hard for Cobb to get this bluff through. I think he's just going to take a showdown with a 6. Not sure how much showdown that actually is. But he could put out a big bet here. He could reasonably represent. Oh, checks. 10 takes it. 10 takes it.
Man, you had me scared there, bro. Last time I was going to get you prepared for.
The other ace is not good. I would assume you're going to call anything reasonable.
I was like,
Last ace. Yeah.
That's why you don't make it a reasonable bet, Cobb. You make it something like $600. Make it unreasonable. Make it hard. No, it's fine. Six showdown, not the worst. Really hoping Austin just had him just straight draw something like Queen Jack or Jack 8. Maybe even 6-7, 6-8. I don't think that he's gonna have it that often. MF waking up with American Airlines. Well, I probably shouldn't say that. All right, the bullets. I'm not getting paid to say that, so yeah, we'll say the bullets. Unless they want to pay me to say that. So if you're listening, we're in dangerous territory now.
4.
Ace King suited.
$325. 5.
Big pot of brewing here. Unfortunate for Cobb, and the case ace is folded. See what MF likes to do.
1. Raise it to
Makes it 1,000. Cobb not feeling great now. I mean, MF doesn't 4-bet light. This is a really strong 4-bet. So this looks like a hand as strong as this. I mean, now Cobb's hoping that he's flipping. Hoping MF has queens. Maybe another ace king, but I wouldn't be shocked to see Cobb make this fold. Okay. He's got a big decision. Because, I mean, he can't just call this and then, I mean, he's going to go all in or fold. And of course, it's the nightmare scenario where you're drawn extremely slim. The actual one hand in the deck you don't want them to have. Pocket aces. Thinking everything through. Tough spot for Cobb. Tough spot for Cobb. Good fold. Good fold, Cobb. Good fold. It always feels so painful to fold ace king suited like that. But I mean, sometimes the story they're telling, you can take it for face value. Some players, ace king is a super premium. But I would say against MF, I would want to put 2K in the middle pre-flop with ace king. I wouldn't be happy. Good fold on Cobb's part. Figured it out.
Gets even more interesting.
Smells like queens.
Did not lose his entire stack.
Ladies?
There's a world where MF probably could have made it a little more enticing, but the bet sizing was also very, very large.
And the reader doesn't work, so we'll never know.
Very much a
If I jam you,
I don't want you to call, or I hope you have big hands. You both have big hands. MF now with the beautiful 8-7 of diamonds. I don't think that's right. I don't think someone just muck jacks. Oh, I definitely don't think Con muck jacks. Little card read error. That's okay though.
7 calls, 8 folds, 9 folds.
I think that would be a terrible.
Doc opening up the ace 10 off on the button. Only getting one caller.
I might as well like take money in my wallet and light it on fire.
No one hitting this swap.
Against you.
Ace high best.
$45.
Believe ace high is gonna get away with this one. You could turn some pretty cool cards with the 10-8, like a jack or a 7. But out of position, I don't know how much Austin wants to battle. Man, I'm just not doing a good job. Austin looking to battle. That's not a bad turn card for him. And MF would have folded, would have made the nuts. So there's one less 7 out there. But leading out on this, I like that. All right, he had a plan for it. He had a plan for it. Good job on him. This time, unlike the last time he planned something he thought. He gets one through.
Maybe the worst feeling.
It's great to see people bluff. A lot of people I talk with, people just don't bluff in poker, and you haven't played poker in Texas, and you need to come play poker in Texas because people bluff. I mean, They just do.
Alright, guys. New dealer change. New knit game.
There's also no greater feeling than getting a really, really big bluff through. It's one of the best feelings in poker. Like when you get a really, really nice big bluff through. Feels good. Gets that adrenaline pumping.
Do like 3x overbet jams on river, and I like tank folded aces for like 5 minutes. It's just like
Bro, I mean, they're high. I was like 1-3. It went raise call. I threw it to 100 with kings. Fold, and then the guy who called the raise called again. And the flop comes like 8-5. Yeah, I bet out for 100.
I think the knit game is still going too, which is interesting because I have. It feels like the players aren't getting. They were getting after it at the beginning a little bit stronger, but then they're kind of not going after it as much here. I wonder how many knit buttons are left.
Good luck, everyone.
Well, MF still has his knit button. Oh, maybe they just started a new game. Oh, they just started a new game. Oh, okay. I'm an idiot. I guess I missed the conclusion. I didn't even see the splash pot. I don't know how I missed that. But Austin getting after it. Seems to be in the right seat at the table. Same hand as Tish, but a little better suit. See what Tish decides to do. First hand of the game. Tish has come to battle. And they're going to see a flop. Ace-9 versus Ace-9. This flop comes 9 high, we can see some fireworks. Both players with nada. Tish checking. Does have the Ace of Diamonds. Good card for him to have. Austin. Now Austin can't have the Ace High flush draws. A lot more hands he can fold. Gonna bet, and I think it's gonna get the job done. Although Austin's done some other things. Looks like he's gonna come along. Good enough price. 125 into big old brick on the turn. See if Austin takes this opportunity to rep, and he does. And Austin's game today has been great. He has been on point, just right spots, right time. Big hands getting paid. He is
position matters, guys. That's why position matters.
Tish complaining about position. Ugh.
I actually heard
Position.
that.
Yeah, position's nuts. Position's nuts, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, good example of it. Tish was right. And just like that, Austin first one out in the net game. Also, I believe he is the big winner so far, too. Good night for him thus far. The 8-9 seed have been a little cold today. We're seeing more action from a lot of action from everyone else. So I'm hoping it heats up over there. Doc opened up the Jack-10 off. He gets a walk. You got a walk. This is unheard of. I giving people walks in the net game just feels so criminal. Feels so criminal. I don't even know if I've seen it before, but I feel like this is the third walk, maybe fourth walk we've seen in the mid game. I don't know. It's hard to keep track, but it just feels so criminal. You gotta fight for it. It's part of the mini game. Feels like at this game, a couple players are wanting it more. Gonna have a couple limps around, it seems. And I'm so sad. We've seen so many 7 deuces tonight, and this would have been a good night to play a 7 deuce game with how much has been dealt. Limped pot. Most players not really having much of anything. George with middle pair. Cobb taking the initiative with this king high. Man, Austin just has everyone's number. Knows Cobb has nothing. Calling the 30. George sticking around with his middle pair. There's some great turns where Austin could probably take this away, but both players, the other players picking up gut shots now. Cobb blocking the straight, gonna rep it. I think Austin, well, I don't know what to think. He's sticking it through his choices. Lets it go. See if George is a believer. Aaron a gut shot. Oh. Using his jack, blocking the straight. Yep. I'm gonna show it. Gets rid of his net button. Good play on George. Good play. Good play. As I keep mentioning, TCH Social opening up their new room in Austin, doing even more promos. $500 high hands, 10K in total giveaways, starting at $12.15. First payout every 15 minutes. $500 for high hands on opening day only. It's pretty good. You just sit down and play. Get a high hand, have it hold up, win $500. Not a bad promo. Nothing like getting free money to play something you were going to play in the first place. And based on what that said, I imagine it's just a full house will be the minimum. Well, it may just be whatever the qualifying hand is for the time, but it'll get quickly notched down. You have multiple games running, but it's a good promo. That's a lot of money being given away every 15 minutes. Nothing like making a really good hand, getting paid, and then getting paid again. Oh, sorry, Tanner. I mentioned before, the grand opening is August 28th. It's the end of the month. That will be the grand opening for TCH Social in Austin. Speaking of Austin, Austin's waking up with 2 10s here over the $20 straddle. No one behind him with much of anything. MF getting a little frisky. Suited little cards. Con We got 2 7-4s this out there, pocket tens and a jack 6 suited battling it out now.
Chip 5, thank you. I'm slow. I'm trying to help out and messing up. My apologies. So, 4, 4, 5.
I believe this was a double straddled pot too. They had the 5-2-5 and the 10 and the 20 on.
Can't do that.
Austin min clicked it.
4 players.
There's so much 1-3 in this room.
And that's a pretty nasty flop for 2 10s. Even though it's still the best hand, you get called by 3 people. You're not happy about it. Another pot where it's probably going to be who wants it the most. Not a great card for Austin. He's gonna thinks his hand could possibly be best.
60.
See if MF wants to chase this flush. Does. Austin holding the 10 of diamonds means MF won't get blasted. And there it is. No waiting. By no waiting, I meant runner. Basically no waiting, right? Austin think he still has the best hand. Maybe turning his 10s into a bluff. Oh, it looks like. And I don't see MF holding. 175 into that pot. Yeah. You got it. He's going to toss in the chips. And a chance to get rid of his knit button. Yep.
And 1 call.
No.
The MF gets done. He could have had a full house or better flush, but he didn't. Yeah. I think if Austin was choosing to bluff at that, he probably could have chosen a bigger sizing. But what do I know? Austin's the one winning, and I'm the one here sitting in the booth.
It's always nice to see that. No, what? It's nice to see that it would have made a difference. Like, he's not calling for 10. It didn't matter. Right. But if
Only a couple of knit buttons have been relinquished so far.
I don't know.
I could have done it. That's true. I don't 80%.
There's my favorite hand going into the muck. 10-7. Oh, and 2 10s again. This time in the hands of Ethan. Little different suits. MF with an upgrade as well. The 7-4 to puts his 9-8 of hearts in the muck. That's very uncharacteristic.
4 calls, 5 calls, 6 calls, 7 calls.
Looks like Cobb is coming along with his suited ace. Real ace.
Just normal.
2 players.
I'm probably not like 3 hours sleep last night.
Only one over for Ethan's 10s and bottom pair for Cobb. He's gonna go check bet.
Wake up this morning and play golf, which is not big. I mean, it was fun, but after not going there until 5 p.m. Or 5 a.m.
Cobb is elected to call.
Busy day.
Mystery turn. 8. Pretty clean for 2 10s. Ethan's deciding if he wants to go for more value. Cobb has tons of non-queen hands, but likes to check. And that is a dirty river. Cobb very happy with his hand now when Ethan checks back. Ethan probably would have bet a flush draw and all of his big hands. So Ethan's hand looks like a lot of ace highs and middling pairs. So he's probably going to go for some value now. I wonder what sizing he's going to choose. Probably trying to get called by those ace highs in little pairs. Not too big.
55.
Yeah, real small bet. And I think this is a tough spot for 2 tens. The bet's so small, he's probably just gonna pay it off.
Trying to induce.
Good catch. Good catch.
Thank you. Oh, did. Yeah. You did. I thought I might.
And the small bet gets paid a little bit.
Try and rep the flush. Wow. I mean, clearly,
I believe he gets rid of his nip button too.
Well, if you got that paper for a river, it means you have a pair.
Yes. We have Khan still with the highest RFI, Doc close behind. Looks like Diego and Ethan still haven't picked up a lot of steam. They've been trying though. They've been trying. Diego tried earlier, didn't get one through, and Ethan's just been card dead. And sometimes it happens. It is not glamorous when you're card dead, ladies and gentlemen. It is if the table is, I mean, it's a good game though. It's fun. Players are talking, and it makes it a lot more bearable. The game's good.
9 raises to 100.
99.
I'm sorry, the 90. So 90. 9 raises to 90.
Diego, Ethan 3-betting the 5s.
Yeah,
Get a little frisky. Doesn't want to go multi-way. Take this pot heads up and gets it through. Gets rid of his nib button too. That's a big win for 5s. You 3-bet with 5s. You either want to win a big pot with that, or just take it down right there.
I saw it called that.
That's,
Give him back your button, though.
Khan's still the big winner so far with Austin falling behind. MF now up a little bit after starting the stream down. Everyone else in the red, with George still at the bottom of the list. But he's still got plenty of time to make up. There's still plenty of time left in the stream.
Well, maybe if you accidentally keep it long enough to affect the next hand, you can talk to it.
1 folds.
He's played it that way before.
George, too, has also really been trying to make things work. Looks like the $20 straddle's on too. But no nip button. Ethan most certainly going to defend the straddle with the ace jack off. And heads up we go. With real hands. It's amazing. This doesn't happen very often. Both players whipping.
Like when it ends? Yeah, it don't end whenever. I don't think it ends.
George with the backdoor clubs in the betting initiative will probably keep up the pressure. Seems like to a quarter pot bet. Ethan will probably peel for this. Can be ahead of some hands. If not, can catch up. Just never mind. Just like I'm all sorts of wrong today. Releases it. No fight. No fight. I really like it when people battle on the streets. Ace highs, king highs, 7 highs, 3 highs. You know, just really battle in the streets. Because that's the fun of poker is battling, trying to figure things out. Trying to figure out who still has a nib button. Khan does, and I believe Tish does. Khan opening the king 3.
Oh, that was such a misplay. I was not paying attention.
Oh, and Tish loses the nit game. Not paying attention. Loses the nit game. What a...
I knew we were like 3
That's
Take down pre-flop. Heads up.
that's so. And Ethan didn't defend. Oh man, sometimes you got to defend for the homies too.
Yeah, I was about to open my. I had 6.
It helps the dynamic.
Okay, I had a 6. You will. You will. And then I realized I was like, no, you don't want to.
That's what a walk. Raise and take it. Last two remaining in the mid game. Just that's such run good there. Car thief news. Austin needs to come up even harder now. Yes. Well, I mean he's already up. He's one of the bigger. I don't know how much more up. I mean I guess you could fill up the tables, but got a playable hand on the button, the 20 straddle, and the splash pot. So the graphics are wrong. It's not 57 in the pot. There's actually 257 in the pot. So Diego with a good. Oh, Ethan with the suited ace too. It makes the stack sizes so awkward too. This becomes a lot more like tournament poker. Well, based on he's playing well, he's running well. He could definitely take the table. There's plenty of time to do that. Ethan lets his suited ace go. Neff lets his ace go. I don't think Austin's gonna let this money go for free. I think he's gonna fight this position. Perfectly playable hand on the button versus small blind. Diego could be doing this with a lot of stuff. You've already put 20 bucks in there. He's shown he's more than capable of representing hands that he could have. So I like this. Going to battle we go. We are. Sixes versus Queen 10. Fair fight. Fair fight.
Yeah, I saw him. Yeah. I played
And
for a second yesterday.
for a flop without a 6, that's probably about as good as it gets. I'd be very happy with this flop if I was Diego.
Good action.
But the entire those look like raising chips.
But I just had to go.
He's gonna min click them.
He said he usually plays the champions.
Trying to fold out, I guess, Diego's king highs, ace highs, queen highs. I'd be pretty happy with this flop. Diego's selected to call, go to a turn. Oh, that's so dirty. That's so dirty. Diego, probably not in love with that card. Austin, of course, in love with that card. That's big, too. It's a big bet.
Never lost a league.
Don't say that. Yesterday, who said that?
The story he's telling here is I have either 7 or queen. I guess pocket deuces too, but
Also, yeah, I could easily
pocket 8s, 9s, 10s, jacks. Austin wouldn't have played this way pre-flop. Would have been much more aggressive, I imagine. So your 6s here are very much way ahead or way behind. But you got to think about what kind of hands Austin's doing with it you beat. I mean, this is a tough spot for Diego. I mean, with Austin limp calling the button, a lot of the hands you want him to have, he just won't have. Like ace king, ace queen, ace jack. Oh, and he's come to that conclusion too. He rips it. Ironically, Austin doesn't love this, but he only has a little bit left, a little bit behind. I don't think he can fold. Yeah, he can't fold. You've already put too much money in. And to a river we go. Big pot, big pot.
I made it 325.
And Queen 10 holds up. What a catch too. Diego knew something was up too.
I should have pulled your move.
Big hand for Austin. Big hand.
I had 7 deuce right here. bet and then you jam and default. I say Nelson.
Big hand.
Queen 10, huh?
I should have done your
You got
move.
balls
Jam
to push all
17.
in, huh?
What's up, Tony Turriston? Happy Thursday to you. Happy Thursday to you. Good to see you in the chat.
But I don't think I would have gotten it.
Always chatting it up in here. Yeah, that was a big hand. Big hand. But that's what these splash pots do. I mean, they create so much action after the net game.
I don't know how much more.
It was 300.
Yeah,
He should call like $1,100 jam.
A little unlucky for Diego having run into it there. I don't fault him for doing what he did. The story was so unusual, but the pot was just once again extra bloated because of that money. $10 straddles back on. I don't think it's going to be off. I think this is going to stay a 2, 5, 10, sometimes 20 game now. The stacks are certainly appropriate for it. Everything's bigger in Texas. No 100 big blind games for us. Just good old-fashioned deep stack poker. We have 2 gut shots here. Austin with the better gut shot, the backdoor hearts. Most certainly going to continue now. Neither player improving. Doc with the diamond blocker though. Going for it. And gets the same hand to fold. Big win for Doc. Not knowing it.
Did not show.
Action. That's why the knit game is there. They'll probably wait a couple of, maybe an orbit or until the next dealer comes in before they start. Another knit game up.
We've all been doing the 10.
No, actually, he's coming back in just as a big blind.
Yes, correct. But we've.
Oh, they're arguing what he should do since everyone's doing the 10. Oh yeah.
That's what we usually do.
They have turned it into a 2, 5, 10 game, indeed.
It just makes things smoother.
Dark Knight. I do not know. She is in the rotation. She is definitely out there. At some point in time, I would expect her to come in and deal the stream game.
7 in the middle.
All of our dealers here do a fantastic job. The stream game is a little bit more difficult because of the headset. You have to relay everything to the back to make sure all the action and gets tracked appropriately. Cards get recorded correctly and everything.
There we go.
But I hope Jess does get a chance to deal on the stream. She's always a fun time on stream. Great dealer.
Oh yeah, that is a good point.
That's what I'm saying.
Guys, it's a matter of like $5. Yeah.
This always comes up in poker games. People arguing, especially the mid stakes games, the 5s, 5-10s, like the. Players will start arguing about $2 or $3, $5, $10. It's just so funny to have people arguing about $5 or $10 when you're literally playing pots for thousands of dollars on the regular. I always bring this example up, like I have a buddy who's a poker player, has no problem bluffing off, you know, $2,000-3,000. But you go to Subway and they tell him extra meatballs for $3. No, no shot, no shot. That's just too much. That's just too much. I mean, it's just always funny to see the mindset like that. Look like a bet and take it from Khan with top pair. Small pot. And looks like everything is settled. Yes, Tanner, guac is extra. And that's why not everyone gets it. It's just about that mentality. I won $5,000 today. Guac, $2. No shot. No. No, I can't afford that.
It was a total nightmare. Because some dealers
I'd like to say I'm not guilty of that,
really crazy about, like they would make you post
but
20,
I don't
like,
know.
because some of the regs like would try to like skip or straddle.
That is a good question, Smudge. Where's Wes? He is not here today. I'm not quite sure what he is doing, but I'm happy to fill in the role of commentator today. And hopefully I'm doing a great job for y'all. It's my first time doing a solo gig.
And then if they come back and they're blind,
But Wes will be back. Not quite sure when. But hope everyone out there is enjoying their time with me this Thursday evening, watching this fantastic 2-5 game at TCH Houston.
yeah.
You're exactly right, Doug. Warren Buffett is a great example of that. No, Smudge, this is not aviation. This is DT. I am the DT that normally plays on the stream. And I've decided to take a chance doing commentary. Commentary's fun. It's just a different way to look at poker. But back on topic, yeah, it's amazing. You find some of the wealthiest people doing some of the frugalest things. I mean, you don't stay rich by spending money. Yes, yes, that's the best way to. I guess I could describe myself that way. I am indeed green hair DT. That is me. The green hair has been somewhat connected to me now. I am the green hair. I'm literally the only person in TCH that has green hair. So that's apparently how everyone recognizes me, is green hair. I get spotted from all the way across the room. It's green hair. It's like, oh yeah, I played with you yesterday. Should I recognize your hair?
My game is good.
Yeah, they were very hit or miss.
You said the game was good?
I had many great games.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tanner. I'll send you some hair. I'll send you some of mine. You can use it.
I feel like in general I hear overwhelmingly negative things about.
I'll send you some of the green hair too, so you two can have green hair.
We also live in Houston.
Yeah, of course. Texas will
I
have
would say about there's two guys.
Austin with a nice, healthy chip stack there. I believe he started the game with around $500 or $600. I mean, what a run up! What a run up!
King's Lounge is pretty good, surprisingly, because you have like people that like bust the tournaments, kind of like.
That's what I heard. Yeah.
That's where you play if you go.
During the series.
It's like Arya, and it was hit or miss.
MF opening the ace jack and the cutoff.
During the series, they'll bust a big tournament.
George,
Jump off and King through.
as he's been shown, pouncing on aggression, and Tish waking up with the big hands. Ace queen suited in small blind. Would not shock me to see him.
Big as any other.
Yep. Here comes a 4-bet.
So you just.
Ace queen suited.
You just have to play low stakes.
The best time to go is during the series.
Dude, I feel like low stakes outside of the series is even
I've been like 7 or 8 times outside of the series, and then win the series this year.
This will likely get through. I don't.
Like way more tourists. Like
Queen 8 suited. As much as you want to see the flop, Tish is just way too short
If you're playing 2-5
to really consider doing anything else. I think with this hand. I mean, don't get me wrong. Sometimes you just want to gamble. But you're easily dominated here. It's gonna be hard for you to make a straight.
Well, the real answer is just go.
So if you started at 1.5, 1.4-ish, got all the way down to 300 and ran it up to 3,500, it's pretty good. It's pretty good.
We were there during the crypto.
Big win for Tish. It always feels good when you cold 4-bet a hand like Ace Queen suited and then get no resistance. Because obviously it probably means you had the best hand, but it just feels good to take those down. So good takedown for him.
He might be dead if not.
A couple $100.
Holidays are probably good.
Yeah, but I imagine non-series like 5, 10, 10, 20 is just like grind.
Oh no, that's gonna be us.
I don't think Austin is playing like his rent depends on it. I've played with people who've played like their rent depends on it, and it's not fun for the whole family. I mean, I think I saw a grown man cry one time when he told his brother that he had just lost the rent money. And then they said they would figure it out as they left the poker room. And I really didn't know how to react to that. I played with Austin before. He's a great guy. Solid poker player. More than proving himself on the stream tonight.
I'm talking lower. Then series or don't go if you're playing big.
Boom. I don't know. Oh, actually, it actually is boom. We have top and bottom, top pair, top kicker, and a gut shot. And 3 hands involved.
Yes, but they still.
MF, thinking he has the best hand, is probably gonna raise it here.
They all bumped it.
I did not know that. That is awesome for him.
That's much better than 5.
Austin being a content creator across 2 channels, 3-5.
15 is very good.
That is, congrats to him. Content creation is very hard. I respect the people who do it. It's a lot of work. Top and bottom still in the lead here. Austin now picking up a double gutter. And MF with still top pair. Probably still thinking he has the best hand. Big bet from MF. Odd size. I hope I didn't say anything that sounded ill towards Austin. I was not meaning anything towards Austin. Because, oh wow, MF gets that, got that bet through. Got the best hand to fold. But once again, like I said, I've played with Austin several times. Great guy, fun guy at the poker table. Always had good conversation. But yeah, content creation is hard. Like I was looking into the people who do the poker content creation, and the amount of work you have to put in for like the short clips is absolutely absurd. Like it's a couple of hours for the 30-second clips, and that's ridiculous. And the hustle that some of these people have to do their content creation, and especially nowadays with so many people doing it. And if you're successful, that's good. That's good. It takes a lot of work.
So this thing
Takes a lot of work. Yeah, it's editing as well. That's why I would never do it. I need to get rich, so if I do it, then someone else can do the editing for me. I ain't doing that.
It's not the moment. It's not nowhere near 99 point. Somewhere in the 90s.
Hopefully, they will be starting another knit game soon.
Yeah, it's had me 4 hands like
That's awesome, Carthy News. That's awesome.
Yeah, no way.
It always feels good to watch people grow like that, especially when they started something like that from nothing and then got it to work. Watching people succeed in avenues like that, just whatever their hustle is, especially your close friends, it feels great.
Gotta take it with some grain of salt.
MF with another playable hand will limp. Doc opening it up in the big blind with the Jack 7, and Austin looking down at the exact same hand. Lets it go. And MF just releases his suited ace. Doesn't want a tango this time. I think they're all just really waiting for the next round of Nick game so they can do some more battling.
Is that your phone? Your phone is a video player.
I do not know the answer to that question, Dark Knight.
No, I thought you won at the same time. You wanted to get on, that's why. Did you hear that?
Even though I play with him frequently, I feel like occupation doesn't actually come up a whole lot in the games I play.
That is one
Luckily,
way.
my brain wasn't processing things to say fast enough.
That is one way.
And now, Car Thief News, you understand what I've I had to deal with for years. Tanner's very witty when it comes to things like that. Some of them great, some of them not so great. Got a heads up pot, boom, top pair, and ace high going to battle. I don't see Doc going anywhere just yet. Top pair is hard to make in this game. Certainly not folding it for one bet. It's a little dangerous card, but still feeling pretty good about his top pair. Khan's gonna keep up the aggression, trying to fold out the weaker pairs, it looks like. You know, 6x, 7s, 8s. But Doc not a believer yet. Oh, and the ace from space. Doc hates that card. Absolutely hates it. Now that you've hit your ace, I bet Doc gonna pay it off. And just like that, Doc loses a pretty reasonable sized pot. Unfortunate run out for the King Jack. I don't blame him for calling it. You have the best king that's not two pair. So you beat King 10 and all the other random kings. Beat his Queen X. Once again, another promo that Austin is doing for the new TCH social that is opening on the 28th of this month. A $10 yearly membership. Grand opening day only. The sale will end at midnight. Great deal. It's normally $10 door fee anyways, or $30 monthly. But $10 for the whole year? Sure. So another reason to go check them out on opening day on the 28th and take advantage. That plus the time match bonus and the high hand giveaway and the tournament they're running. Plenty of stuff going on there. So if you're around there or you're going anyways, check it out. Should be a good time. I may be there. Hell, who knows? Austin battling at it again. This time with the best hand, his ace high. Doc picking up some additional equity now with his 2 overs. Austin's gonna lead this turn. I don't see Doc folding this turn. Picking up the additional equity. Austin has a big hand. You can certainly. Oh, and Brick City for Doc. See if Austin let's keep bluffing. Thank you, Tanner. Thank you. And a raise. Interesting. What a spot. Austin was most definitely bluffing with ace high before. Now, oh, just releases it. Good bluff. Good bluff by Doc. Good bluff. Figured that one out. Doc and Con leading the pack with the RFI. Not wanting to limp in, wanting to open that pot up. I do not play online regularly. I can't say that for the other guys. I personally will not truly play online poker until it becomes regulated. I just don't trust. I don't trust it. There's so much gray area. It's not to say I don't dabble in it every now and then for 10, 50, 100 bucks, but I'm not going to play any normal size stakes that I would regularly play online. I know a lot of the apps are still popular. It's just, once again, it's the same thing. I just don't trust them. Although Texas Card House has released their new hijack app. In it, that one is I haven't tried it yet, but I'm curious about it. So if y'all are interested in playing some dabbling in a little bit of poker on your mobile devices, please check out the Texas Card House hijack app. Looks like we are heads up, I believe. No, 3 ways. To the flop. Tish still in the lead with his 10s. No one else with much of anything. And that is not a good turn card for 2 10s. Austin's ace high way in the lead now. I believe the turn is another jack. If Tish wants this, he's going to have to bluff at it. But I don't think Austin's going to give up his ace high yet. He's shopping with all the other ace highs. He's ahead of Tish's random bluffs, which he does have. Yeah. Curious to see what Tish decides to do on the river. I think if he can try and see if he can bet him off of an ace high. But I think it just went check, check. Nope, Tish is going to fire. Tish is really just ripping a queen or jack here. Austin, very unlikely to have a queen as played. But, oh, and makes the call with the ace high. Makes the call correctly with the ace high, and Tish loses a medium-sized one. Good call by Austin. Austin is, his game's on point tonight. He's making moves, making hands, getting paid. Good on him. I don't blame Tish for going with it. He's not going to win the hand at showdown very often with 10 high.
That's awesome. Please rewatch it.
It happens more often than you would think.
What? Yeah, no, I've actually, one time I took a pot where I already showed it. I had 500 behind. No one said anything. And
Tish adding on.
I was 500 behind his hand. Oh, sorry. I just didn't hear you say
Yes, funny turn. That's real dirty. It's always real dirty to be counterfeited that way. The double paired board when you had a pair and you were way ahead for that.
I'm not saying I'm doing now. I was early enough in my poker career where I was at that point in time I was of the opinion like, well, if you don't know.
No one getting dealt much of anything right now.
Yeah, it's just your problem. And like the dealer, if anyone said anything, I would not have been mad at all.
Doc. A couple of limps around.
I don't want to like cause myself to lose.
MF
You know what I mean?
waiting with the dirty diaper.
Did that here once from the
We
dealer?
got a couple of Texas premiums going to a flop.
Extra 60, and I was like, no, I actually, because we ran it 3 times, and there was a side, and like, you gave me half the side, even though I could only get 1/3. Like, you can't.
Got the dirty diaper flopping the best hand, but the opening to straight draw. The most equity. Looks like it checked around. Looks like George has picked up the best hand with a pair of 4s. Gonna probably bet and take it. Yes, Pony Turkey. Great call by Ace High. It was a great call. One of those spots where you're really right or really wrong.
If like in that pot, the dealer didn't.
And that's calling with his pair and a gut shot. Not improving. And go check.
Because if the hand is
What?
extremely
4 is gonna win a small one.
I guess it's kind of like being a bystander.
yeah,
You should do something.
it does create a tricky scenario though, because a lot of times, like, Tish would know, but people in his scenario, if that happens, and it's saying a word to them, and someone else says something, like, hey, you shouldn't be.
That's what I'm saying. I just don't want to piss anyone off. That's why. But I would never fault someone for.
I hope everybody in the chat is having a great night hanging out with me, watching this 2-5 no limit hold'em game at TCH Houston. It's a nice Thursday night. Nice and calm. Tons of games going on in the main room.
That's totally
1-2, 1-3, no limit hold'em.
That shit. You can't. Because then it's too.
And then, of course, this beautiful stream game. This 2-5, basically 2-5-10. And Tish with the $10 straddle. Oh no, we got a little preview of things to come, but Cobb opening the ace-queen, Con with a good hand. Austin riding the wave, trying to flop a set with his ducks. It looks like Ethan's got a hand. Oh, Ethan's trying to figure out what he wants to do with his hand. Lets it go. MF lets it go. Looks like a lot of the aces are out. Good news for Tish if he has what I think he has from the flash earlier, which is 2 cowboys. Music to his ears, all this action in front of him. When you get dealt the second best hand in poker. We're certainly going to raise this up. Cobb facing all this just hand in the muck. See what Khan decides to do. If he calls, I imagine Austin will come along too, which you don't want to happen with jacks. You don't really want to go 3 ways. This is most certainly going to be a big pot, RJ. It's such a strong bet too. But I don't think he's going to fold. Khan does make the call. And Austin releases his ducks. decides not to gamble. Thanks for joining me tonight, Tanner. It is a pleasure having you along with me. Have a good evening. Talk to you later. And a clean flop for both players. Tish most certainly in love with this flop because Con could very easily have the hand he has or queens. Small bit. Con now probably at a decision point. Tish's stack being so small. Just gonna call. Play some further streets. Oh, this card will save Con some money. Tish, of course, loves it, but it's gonna be so hard for him to get paid here. The way Con's played this hand, he would really have to have aces or ace king to get for a set of tens to get paid here, and betting this would probably fold out the queens and the jacks. So I think Tish might find a check. There's only one bet left. He does find the check, and the check's through. There's only one sizing really left based on his stack. Dylan perfectly capable of bluffing. Of course, he's not bluffing now if he were to bet. Con really in the blender with this hand. He doesn't really only beats, as played, ace queen. Or maybe a wheel ace, ace 5, ace 4, ace 3, ace deuce suited. Don't think Tish has ace 10 very often. So really, I don't think he's shoving queens ever as a bluff. He would probably try and get to showdown. He maybe shove. Good fold by Con. Good fold. Figured it out. I think the king saved him some money though. I think had the 7 come on the turn, it would have been much harder for him to get away. Dylan, Tish money, a perfectly capable player. But the king just terrible card for him.
What else do you do, man?
Not a great run out for checks. Austin and Con, though, still at the top of the winners. MF with and Tish now with a little cheese. Diego now at the bottom, joining George after that enormous pot with the mid-game splash pot. Keep giving us previews of things to come by showing us the Straddler's hands. Con straddling, so that Diego waking up with a big hand now. The 10 and the 20 are on. Cobb waking up with a big hand. Giving us some action hands now. Con getting out of the way with the beautiful Jackson suited, unfortunately. Diego deciding what he wants to do. I mean, great spot for queens. Stacks are a little not super deep because of the $20 straddle. He does elect to 4-bet. And we saw Cobb fold ace-king before correctly. Except that was to aces. Let's see what he decides to do here. He's still technically behind. But this spot's a little different. They're a little shallower. But I mean, Diego's been pretty quiet other than the 6's hand all night. They get through everything. Cobb, a very thoughtful player, doesn't really want to rush to make a decision. This feels bad because he's definitely thinking about having already folded ace king earlier tonight. Tony Turkerson, that's a good question. Some people like taking their time more with their thought process. And he does end up making, at the time, what is the correct laydown, not choosing not to flip for it all. But Cobb's been put in some difficult spots with his ace kings tonight. He's ran into aces earlier and just not ran into queens. I mean, some people are willing to get it all in preflop with ace king, and some people aren't. I'm not going to say what I would have done, mainly because most of y'all know, if y'all have watched the stream, know what I would have done with ace king. But that shouldn't tell anything. You know what I would do, personally. Looks like they're starting another Nick game. Tony Turkerson, I can try and get into the mind of what people are thinking. Some people just don't want to flip is the best way to describe it, I think, because that's what they think is going to end up happening is they're just flipping a lot or dominated. They'd rather play post flop. So obviously stack depth and everything plays into it. Stack depth, you know how wild the game's been. The game's not been too wild. Tish. Tish coming with a cold 4 out of the small with a king jack suited. Austin with a mystery card looking to look stuff up, and if he looks this up, I would like to imagine this other card is a 9. You're right, RJ. I would have asked to add more. You can't just call me out like you can't just let everyone know that I don't like folding, even though it's been very evident on streams. I just don't like folding. So there, all y'all know, I don't like folding. I came to play. DT comes to play poker, and these guys are battling it out right now. George getting a pretty good price, actually, to call on the button in position with a pretty medium hand. Turns it into a bluff. Now things are getting spicy. I think Austin has 2 9s. And Alexa call. We're going to a 5-bet pot pre-flop to a flop. You don't see this very often, boys and girls, where there's still money left behind. Not a lot, but there's still money left behind after a 5-bet and a call. Welcome to Texas. Welcome to Texas. George looking for some help here. Oh, and does improve. And if you've already put this much in with your... There's only 1 bet left. I wouldn't fault him for checking, but I mean, Austin just doesn't have ace jack here very often. He might have ace queen, ace king some of the time, but you can't fold at any point. I mean, there's so much. He makes a small wager of 500, and there's a quick call by Austin. That's a pretty good turn for George. Uh-oh. If Austin has 9-8, I think when these players table their hands, it won't be. I think Ace 9 and Ace 10 is chopping it up. No, I don't think it's 9-8 RJ. I think it's Ace 9 and Ace 8. Ace 9 of diamonds and Ace 10. Oh, they're counting it down.
So much for that. I think I'm in last place comment.
I was in last place.
Ace 5?
I ain't do that.
George put his foot down.
I want. Now I want to know what they're counting the stack down. I want to know what it was.
I jam on you if he wasn't behind me. I'm serious. Dead ass. I swear to God. Let's run it. I lose. You put in 1,500. He's not folding.
What a pot!
Yeah, I know.
What?
I jam thinking I'm like I'm.
What a pot!
Good. Yeah, I can do it.
If he has 9-8 off, RJ, that's some savage beats right there. That'd be dirty too, man. I mean, this is the excitement we want when we watch the stream. This carnage, but that's dirty. These guys are taking it to the streets in this hand. What a hand! What a hand! And I believe that's the biggest pot of the night so far. A big pot, $6,000 or $7,000 pot. You know, in your casual 2-5 game. If this doesn't make you want to play poker in Texas, I don't know what else to tell you. Well, I believe the Ace 10 was the best hand, but oh well, I'll try and figure out later. Get someone to tell me what those hands were. Maybe I can find that out for y'all. Because we don't know. But I think. Yeah, Ace. I imagine that there was a card misread because we didn't see the table hands. But big hand there for George. Previously the one throw on the party. Now I believe he is in the green.
No, that hand that just happened looks like a hand that happened with you as one of the two players.
I'm the one who's losing.
That is a
I
Texas.
think you could be either player.
That is what you call a Texas hand.
I think he had 9s, RJ. I really do. Oh, what another exciting pot here at TCH on live stream. I don't know. People can do whatever they want. It's Texas. People show up with weird stuff all the time. I show up with weird stuff all the time. I can't. I mean, maybe not there, but it's Texas. It's just Texas. Got a little bit of nothing for everybody. Daka felt way ahead with ace high. I think he's going to bet it. Starting another Nick game. These guys definitely came to play. And Doc gets rid of his net button with ace high. That feels good. Also means you probably had the best hand, but Still feels good.
I'm excited to hear the David commentary on that one.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are, Dylan.
Wait some time. Oh, it's these coming.
What a stream we've had so far. Plenty of action head around, and I imagine plenty more just like that. That hand are going to go down before we call it quits tonight. There's a ton of time left. 2 hours left in the stream. I really want to know what those hands were. Dang. Tish making the light squeeze with the 5-4 suited. I like it. I like it. MF gonna call. Off to with a queen 10 off. Off to we go. 10 right in the window. No player with a club. Both players with pairs. Just betting a small MF. Those look like raising chips. And the best hand wins.
There it is.
Getting rid of his knit button too. Looks like the boys are starting to play now. Or men. I'm sorry. The men. Whatever. Good old Texas poker. Ethan and Diego at the bottom of the VFIP. Austin MF, Doc, George, all above 30%. Con, Kobe, and Tish in the 20s. Diego and Ethan, not much has been going on for them in the 8 and the 9 seat there. Unfortunately, they've been a little card dead. Sad to say. These are about the V-pips you'd expect on stream outside of the too low. And it's not really their fault. They've been getting dealt some pretty booty hands. Sometimes you gotta try and make things happen, especially with the knit game. You gotta will it into existence. Khan waking up with a monster of pocket fours on the button. Austin with my favorite hand, 10-7. And defend off his little short stack there. And Ethan with the beautiful King 10 of Hearts comes along. Fours still way in the lead. Well, not way. Yeah, way in the lead. Austin going all in with 10 high.
No, I'm betting the turn.
Ethan can't continue. And Khan just lets it go. And he did not show. Oh no, he showed. There you go. I was gonna say. Card reader was correct there. They did confirm vocally that he didn't have indeed have the 10-7 of diamonds. Good job, Austin, taking that down. The short stack aggression. Getting him out of the Nick game. Tish with the crabs. Austin's done it once before, ran it up. Let's see if he can do it again. 4 players to a flop. Ethan outflopping everybody. No one really has much of anything except for Ethan. It's just hopes and dreams of just hitting a 3 and the betting initiative. Doc looking, well, this is why I love poker. Best hand technically gets better, but other people picking up a couple of outs. Checks through. See if anyone wants to take a stab. Ethan probably not going to try and get himself blown off of his hand. See if Doc wants to rep the king. He does. He should bluff. He should bluff. Obviously, when everyone tables their hands, you feel like an idiot too. Ethan rolls over the a7. You put him in a tough spot because Doc could very easily have had a king going for value. Looks like we got another dealer change. For those of y'all that do not know, TCH Social and TCH Dallas will be hosting the Poker Atlas Tour from August 20th to September 3rd. 18 events, 2 million plus in guarantees. There's a lot of events. That's a lot of money in guarantees. So if you're a tournament player, Poker Atlas Tour has made it stop before here in Houston. Great events, run very smoothly. Great structures. Go check them out. Try and win yourself some good money. We have MF is departing us. The legend himself. Good job on stream, MF. We'll see you later. And I do believe there is plenty of people waiting to play this fine game. So I imagine we will get a new player soon.
Parts of MF's game has changed, and parts are exactly the same. He bluffs.
Players discussing MF's shockingly different gameplay today. Much more interesting. Much more. George now at the top of the leaderboard, up a little bit of money after being the main party thrower for beginning. Han still in the lead, and then Diego now the big loser. Everyone else hovering a little bit in the negative. Knight is still young. These numbers, as y'all saw, could very easily change. Only takes one hand. One hand.
I raise, he re-raise. I raise, he re-raises, I
Yeah,
raise.
he's like, oh, I didn't see it in his bit, but I'm like, it doesn't matter whether he's bit or not.
I'm in the blender, right? Because he's drunk. I've got something good, not great.
He's over 9 to
I'm sitting there in the blender. And it's, the bar is close to like 2.
I think he may have bluffed me.
So, he's like,
All right, Ethan, we need to get that V-pip up. I don't know what you just folded, but
even the home season.
he's like, okay, so he goes to the bar.
I don't think there are 2 kings on. Yeah, but it looks like there's at least one king. And Austin's flat the best hand. It should be a very simple hand.
And then the dealer trumps the
Oh,
table,
ish.
puts the
Worst hand betting.
and then I hear the guy like, "Oh, did he call?" And I'm like, "Fuck." He comes back. The river comes.
Ish not improving. Gonna check. And I think Austin's gonna bet. Try and get a little bit of value.
No, you're good. An ace high by the river. Really funny.
Small pickup.
I should have just.
There's a lot going on there. I was in a hand, you were talking. I was like, I tuned out there.
Basically, he jammed and then left. And then I realized I just gotta call and pray that a call comes out before he gets back. And I called, and he got back just in time when the river had come out, and I was tabling. And then my ace five was good.
Sounds like a very interesting story I would like to hear about.
Yes, ace five was good.
Future time.
Probably filled that last season. There's plenty of people on the Is Sam still here?
Yeah, Sam.
There's probably Hill Trail. Tim said at one point there was 7
Yeah, we had a list wrong at the start. Had a list wrong.
Some random poker hours on people.
Time to go.
Imaginary friend.
Yeah, it's like 5 and 6 cats.
Yeah, that's good.
George gonna open up the Jack 9 on the button. And Tish with a real hand this time. Well, he has semi-real hands sometimes, but it doesn't take a lot. Tish always tends to favor aggression, which is good.
You know it's time to go if he's not going to 200.
I was gonna say, I think that might be the first successful 4-bet of the day for Tim. Every time it's been a 4-bet, it's been like 5-bet, 4 calls.
That's just a 3-bet because it was strong.
Oh, that's a 3-bet?
Just a 3-bet.
Okay, okay.
I have
Not that he doesn't 4-bet.
like 4 times today.
Yeah, you've been with a lot of
Keeping track of the stats.
He still does 4-bet.
They are.
I had it once.
It helps to have it too when you 3-bet and 4-bet.
Queen.
But you need to not have it to make yourself profitable. So Tish does a good job of not having it sometimes. Good balance. Good balance.
Because then you're just like basically just flipping.
Yeah.
Like, how rarely is someone jamming ace jack?
And it's a flip if you get to the river.
Well, I'm saying like pre-flop, like calling. Yeah.
Especially like if somebody if it's like middle position, you just like
They're discussing
and, like everybody else calls.
how much they love or hate ace king.
Bro, I meant like if someone goes like all in and
They don't.
call their bet with ace king.
Oh, I see.
It seems a lot of these people don't like calling with ace king.
Best case scenario, you're flipping, there's a chance you're dead.
Yeah.
Depends on who it is.
I'm kind of disappointed in this conversation. There's a lot less gamble than I thought there would have been amongst these fine gentlemen.
People are jamming ace queen.
It's hard to make a pair in this game. Come on, guys.
Like ace king, they just stab like 10,000, 20,000, 10,000. They don't care. They just stab.
They don't give a fuck about it.
Yeah.
I think it also might have something to do with like they play a lot of tournaments.
Yeah. Tournament players love it.
Like it doesn't translate. As
Diego.
well. It's never that deep.
Finally waking up with another hand. Austin, I believe, straddled for 20. Tish with queen 10 suited on the button. Called. I think Austin's just going to see a flop with his straddle. Yeah. Not a lot behind, but you know what? Why not? I really hope they are. I really hope they are trolling. And I wouldn't put it past them to do that. Great flop for 2 kings. Tish releases. And Austin can't really go anywhere at this point. He's got a little too much of it.
Welcome to the game, sir. Good.
Someone has arrived. A new player to the game.
Oh yeah. So yeah, true. All right. So if you went solo, you just have to wait. You know how the net game works, right? Yeah.
we're from Texas. We pretty much are. And then we're all doing the mandatory 10. Mandatory 10 option.
And a clean run out for the Kings. Looks like Austin is done. He made a good run. Definitely gave the stream made the stream a good time. Hope he has a good evening for the rest of his evening. And I believe we will get another player there as well.
Yeah.
Bronny will be the new player in seat 1. I played with Bronny very shortly. Some 1-3 before this stream tonight. We had a fun time chatting. Great guy. Very, very excited to see him play on the stream.
Yeah, I remember I had 9-10. It was like Jack.
I wonder, I don't believe the Nick game was done, so, or was it done? No, that might have been. Oh, he lost, so he's, that's right, Austin lost. So that concluded the Nick game, so this is the splash pot. And Diego waking up with another big hand, now with the splash pot.
So are they, they don't show the cards or?
Don't forget the graphics are a little off because the pot never doesn't take into account the additional 200 splash pot dollars. And a very simple raise and take it with ace queen. By simple, I mean 3-bet raise and take it, but yeah, still pretty simple. And it seems we have another player taking Austin's seat. We'll get his name shortly. Need them to keep stop making the straddles a mystery hand, or not mystery hand. That's what I meant. Bronny limping. Cobb opening up his broadways. Ethan let go of his suited double gapper, and I think Bronny's going to see a flop. Beautiful 7-6 suited. Flops the best of it, but it's hard to know that you have the best hand here. Cop gonna see bet. See if Bronny decides to stick around. He does. Like I said, it's hard to make a pair. Oh, and now, what a great turn for Bronny. 2 pair. Cobb has picked up a gutter. Decides to take his equity. And a big old banana. Bronny going for a little bit of value and can't get called by anything. Nice first hand for Bronny, coming in and winning. What a game. Thank you for everybody who is joining me. And for those of y'all who have been with me this whole time, having a great time in the booth. DT here in the booth, not with West this time, sadly. I am here solo, enjoying this fine 2-5 game at TCH Houston. Did I sometimes
This
participate?
time I was aggressive. So this is the worst hand I've raised all day.
Happily flashing the Jack 5 suited when everyone folds.
But actually, they'll tell you I'm like not.
Suited. I mean, you know, it's suited. That phrase, you know, gets no one in trouble ever. It's suited.
Only developing.
I'll let you guys play.
So this stream ends at like 9:50, but like we'll play it to like post stream.
At least, typically.
Yeah, because there's a lot of people that like to play off stream.
Tish. And Cobb's been. It's all Cobb the last couple of hands. No one having much of anything so far. Oh, Doc getting a little frisky with the 8-6, and Ethan finally waking up with a hand. See if you can get any value out of this. That's a big 4-bet. This will probably get it done. Everyone's out of here. Thank you, Troll. Nice to see you here in the chat. It's been a while. It's been a while. I think it's been a couple months since I've seen you.
Welcome to the game.
Thank you. That guy right there, he's a maniac.
Maniac today. You play him a lot. What's your name?
Harley.
Worst starting hand in poker besides 7-2.
Fives, yeah.
Yeah, small.
I mean, is that a personal question? The worst starting hand besides 7 deuce? I feel like that's more of a personal question. Like, I don't know. I mean, 10-5 is pretty bad too. I mean, Dark Knight doesn't like aces. I mean, everyone says aces are overrated. Oh, personal starting hand besides 7 deuce. I don't know. I don't really have a. I don't really have a love it. I like all hands. I've won pots with every hand. I've lost pots with every hand. I really think. I don't know, this is a tough question. I don't really look at a hand and say, "Oh, I'm other than 7 deuce. Oh, I'm so sad I got this." I guess they all kind of blur together. I don't know.
Yeah, man, you gotta feel it out of it. Trying to see what's up.
Yeah, I wanted to send my buddy back in the website.
Because I guess you hear that from people all the time, how much they hate certain hands. People are always like, I hate pocket jacks, I hate ace king, or like I hate pocket kings. And like, I don't know, every hand can make you money. Is it going to make you money? Probably not.
I'm rooting for you, buddy.
Harley joining us in the 7 seat, placing, opening it up with the 6-5 of hearts. Doc limping my favorite hand, the 10-7. I imagine we're going to go to a flop here.
Can't go wrong with that. Not go wrong with that.
Are you a White Sox fan?
I am, unfortunately.
I'm sorry, man.
That is, yeah, pretty,
Worst hand becomes the best hand.
did the Yankees like that?
Not much for Doc.
Man always lets me know.
Unfortunately, that's not the only good thing I can say for.
Position means a lot, but like just as a general thing, I'm not entirely sure. I've literally found a hand that I hate this hand. I don't know.
some water, but yes.
I guess I just love playing poker. That's the best way to describe it. Just want to have a fun time.
I don't think.
Either way, we have enough time.
Both of our new players won their first hand at the table. Hopefully another new game will start soon. We got time for a couple more of those left in the stream. Easy open, raise and take it from Doc.
No, I've seen aces and kings fold away from table on stream.
Ethan, Bronny, and Diego trailing the VPIP, but Bronny having just joined the table. Ethan somehow falling lower, I believe, since the last time we showed the stat.
One time I was away from table and I actually had and it was 9 times. I saw it later. I know what the fuck was that?
Doc coming in hot again. Oh, dang it. He has to straddle. I've been getting pump fake a lot tonight by that. Bronny waking up with ace king suited. Opening it up. Doc just making the call pre-flop. Nope, there we go. There's a 3-bet. I was like confused for a second. See what Bronny wants to do. I think they're at least going to see a flop. Maybe another bet incoming. I don't know. With everyone's take on ace king, it's hard to figure out where everyone stands. We all know I love ace king. Love it. Bronny counting down, thinking through his decisions. I don't think fold is ever going to happen here. It's call or raise. And he decides to... Oh, he called it. For some reason, I thought he said all in. Calls and goes to a flop. In position, not terrible with ace king suited. Neither player flopping anything. The graphics are a little wrong there. Oh, there we go. Maybe. There. That seems to match what was shown. Doc continuing the aggression. Bronny with just ace high, no backdoors. Might choose a different spot. Ain't looking real bad right now. Pretty good price too. 150 into 350. And he piles it. It's going to be very hard for Doc to call this. I mean, you have the king of hearts, so he can have ace. Just lets it go. Good play by Bronny, getting another ace king to fold. Yeah, ace king is a very interesting hand to play. Obviously, a very good hand, but everyone has different takes on it. It's
no pair.
Announces no pair to the table. No pair, no flush draw. Now Amar's. The Doc felt just hating his life.
Yeah, everyone's putting on the 10. I would say about half table 2.
Because he had the best no pair. I mean, no pair. It's hard to make a pair in this game. And he had a heart.
$200 splash spot. So you have to win a hand,
Looks like another Nick game is going to start soon too.
Dang, you guys.
The
I
one
can't even.
rule that
I'm trying to
doesn't
hold on
always
to these
happen
chips for
that
a
we
few
do here,
minutes.
if you remind someone else to show their hand, you get an extra nip button. So basically, don't remind anyone. It's that easy.
Just bluff like you did last hand, and you'll be good.
What happened if you get 2 knee buttons?
You gotta win 2 hands or else you lose.
I don't know, but if you lose
400.
400.
Yeah.
400?
If you remind someone and lose with both nip buttons, it's 400.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. That's what we always. That's what we always.
That's never came up for.
Hold on, what is
It's never happened. But
what's the game?
Out of all
Hold
the
on.
games I played, it's never happened.
What
it's
is
so
it?
rare because no one ever reminds anyone anyways. And like, it's just,
They passed out the
Usually,
nit
that person
tokens.
Also doesn't get 2 by the end of it.
And Harley
yeah,
How much does a net cost?
$200.
waking up with 2
Into a
Cowboys
splash pile at the end of the game.
in his straddle.
Whoever has the
Always
net
a
pays
welcome
200
sight.
for the flop.
Yeah,
Gonna
whoever's
bump
lost
it up.
the button.
Does the net get to play that hand? too?
Especially, and in the first hand of the Nick game too. Feels great.
Yeah.
And if you remind someone to show their hand, you get another button.
Oh, really?
So that you have to
Just don't
I
remind
like that
anyone.
rule. I like that.
Don't
Yeah.
remind anyone. It's that easy.
No, that's good. That's smart.
Sometimes people.
I like the rule they're discussing about the Nick game, where if you remind someone to give you their button up, you yourself get another nit button because you're an idiot for telling someone to give up their button.
Which you can do.
You're trying to get money.
That is not illegal.
That is not.
Frowned upon.
It's not against the rule.
I kind of like the fact
I
that
think it's funny.
I like the fact they can't remind nobody.
Cobb looking
People don't do it out of good practice,
I'll do it
but
to you.
beautiful ace jack suited on the button versus the straddle. I mean, this is a tough spot for ace jack.
don't get me
That's
wrong,
a very big
I've
raise
said
though.
Folding it before on live stream, like folding it when I want to knit.
And after earlier today.
Yeah, I've done it before. I ain't gonna lie, but. I wish we could have started out last time. That'd have been alright.
True, yeah, you want a hand.
Cobb thinking his options through here. He limped the button though. It's yes, his hand is under repped, but like oh, and he chooses this time to make the move. Doc obviously getting out of the way with 10-6. Gets snapped
I like twice.
by the kings, and we're off to the belt. They're gonna run it twice.
Superstition.
Obviously, Cobb did not like to get snapped by
Snap
that.
calls just it's
Alright.
Snap calls, yeah, like you said, snap calls, not good.
yeah, 2 full. Probably 2 full.
Find out. Patience.
We might. I hope we.
Patience developing.
We'll find out regardless. 'Cause
That's a good flop for the ace jack.
Who wants to make a side bet that ace hits somebody?
Looks like Cobb will take the first board. Both boards. That's oh, that's so unfortunate for Harley.
Wow.
Dirty.
That's a bad one
Cobb
right there.
realizing how lucky he got.
I don't know what I had. I might have had a straight.
Unlucky run out for Harley's Cowboys.
I'm just joking. There's so many straight cards out there. And I know I had some mediocre cards. I was like, I might have had a straight.
Just saying in chat, no one runs worse than Harley. Oh, that's not a good start to the stream. Your TCH stream on this Thursday evening with the running your kings into ace jack like that.
I know, I was stuck. Yeah, that was.
Good hand, bud.
That'll do it.
Good hand now, right? It wasn't. Good hand now. Don't get me wrong. I like that hand. I just never run that good.
One time I ran it for a pretty big pot twice, and I had queens. I'm sorry, I had kings, and the guy had queens, and he beat me both times with queens on both boards, full boards. That's when I stopped running it twice. I'm like, we're just running it one time. Whatever happens, happens.
I'm an always twice guy for that exact reason. Still.
It's just a big line. It's just a big line.
I just like consistency. If you're always once, respect. I don't like the people that are like, oh, I'm ahead and we would have fallen behind.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. What are you gonna do?
What?
Why did he?
What a hand. No. Crazy kid wants to check the cards.
Why I did what I did.
Check the cards. That's just unfortunate. You cannot ask for a better spot than getting your money in with the best hand. That's just how the game works. And sometimes it doesn't always work out for you.
Who did something that made you? Who did something that made you mad?
That was the right time to play.
But I hope you win the big pot.
Poor guy just sat down with
My
kings.
friends are gonna clown me. They're gonna be like, okay, fuck, you're not even playing for stuff.
Fish gets lucky.
I'll be like, maybe. Better be lucky than
On with a raise and take it. I believe
now I have a bigger
minute game is still on. I think Harley is left to get a reload.
Yeah, so the thing was I linked with the attention of Furies. It was. And I still...
Kabe explaining his thought process behind the hand to the table. One of my favorite things to hear at a poker table is when someone justifies. I'm not saying what he did wrong. I'm just saying that the post-hand justification. It's always fun to hear.
He could have had pocket tens. You don't know anything. Maybe he got 2 overs.
You weren't here. He's getting after you.
Hey guys.
Yeah. He's. You gotta love poker.
They're trying to keep the donkey at the table. It's smart.
Yeah, that was a good play. A good play, guy.
Exactly.
Gotta love poker.
Get ace jack, even if it's not suited, he's gone.
Got you. I can be king.
You can beat a lot if you hit it.
Just run with it. It's that easy.
Hashtag just...
Sometimes it is just that easy. You just hit a haste on both boards.
Usually big blood plays.
But it was the first time he played, he called me
He might flip the table.
I know. I'm not about to be there.
I believe on one of their previous streams before it happened, that happened as well. Ace Jack versus Kings all in
I'm
pre-flop.
not to say anything until...
One of the ones I commentated. Ace Jack scooped ace on both boards.
Yeah, we all do.
16K, and it goes all in.
He took it super well and like unlocked the shot out and like that's how it should go.
Yeah.
Like that one guy at the
Just like
famous,
randomly blabbing might be the worst thing.
big game back in the day.
Con
You remember that video?
getting at it with the 10-5 suited. It's suited. Doc getting at it with the King-4 offsuit.
Math teacher.
Yeah, the math teacher.
Yeah. And then the guy flopped the set. Or he flopped quads.
Last hand, locked it up. Full aces. Ends up working out.
We have a 3-bet with the King-4 and then a cold 4 with the King-Queen off. These guys are playing poker.
Yeah, I don't think the guy would.
Harley back at it. Glad that didn't dissuade him from playing more poker on the live stream. Hope it runs a little bit better for him this time around.
If I'm playing a cash game, no amount of money that I would win at the game, like, you know what I mean?
Unless it's like a huge tournament.
Unless it's like that specific situation where like I'm some random guy who gets gifted 100K to play in like a high stakes game. Like that's a very specific case.
The cash game should be impossible. Tournaments
If you're 100% of yourself, that should be what you're saying.
Justin, it sounds like you know him well.
Yeah, if I was up 200 grand, if I was up 200 grand and that was life changing money for me, I'd probably play.
Well, they're talking about the table talk's interesting. Talking about locking it up when you have a winning
I would
session.
jam and table.
Yeah, it's to win like an extra, another.
10,000 or whatever.
Yeah. What are the lines are?
Well, you couldn't jam because it was a pot limit pre-flop.
Was it?
Oh.
I love live poker, guys.
It was pot
It's
limit pre-flop on the board.
nothing like it. Online's fun, but live poker is just live poker.
Big game is
pre-flop.
It's so much more entertaining.
That's why you don't want a pot and then go
The banter,
He can't just open shot.
well, you know, the kind of mini wars you have with players that you meet for the short, brief instance. One dude, you know, becomes your 8-hour nemesis or something.
If you were the highest winner, you got like a ticket to.
Oh, did
Yeah,
you?
top pair versus
It was
open
like
ended.
it's a $50,000 package, but he wasn't close to being the highest winner. that was
Open
irrelevant.
ended, not hitting, but picking up additional outs.
I mean, it's free money.
No
right?
plot
That's
control
why
from
it's so
Diego.
for it, But some people, the 20,000, 30,000 can change their life.
Yeah.
Small blind versus straddle. Bet Nicole.
I don't remember. But it
And
make,
the
what,
backdoor
30K
flush comes in for him.
Like 30,000 is like
Back in
6
the
months.
day,
That's a question of whether or not he can get paid.
This is like,
80K, that's
this is
more than
like,
you make for
this is like the early 2000s, so the teachers probably got, as a teacher, he was probably making 30, 40K
I was
a
gonna
year.
say 47 probably. And he was up 80. It's like 2 years salary.
Diego doesn't really beat much. Just flicks it in.
I mean, it's a bit of money.
That's a winner.
But the other thing, like, he probably wasn't thinking about it, but he probably has to think about it.
How is live poker rigged, Dave?
If you lost it all, you would be losing 80K, but if you won it all, you'd be winning 180K.
If anything, it's the online poker.
Definitely
So it's just like,
At that
I
point,
mean, I don't
yeah.
know, I'm just not good enough to fold.
I mean that's the other part that makes it like such an insane fold, because like the 100K.
I'm assuming that's what you're joking about.
Below the 100,000.
Or making a joke
that's
for.
zero relevance.
There's super specific tournaments here where you could like never fold.
Well, you can always, so that was in a tournament or cash game?
Or you'll be perfectly fine if you just don't ever.
Was that in a tournament or
Pretty-
cash
Yeah,
That's also a viable strategy.
Just don't play a tournament where if you
Cash,
bust,
you can just
you're
never
not gonna.
Don't if you plan on folding ace three, just don't play. That's probably like the best.
Was that in a cash game? or
Ace
tournament?
Jack has cost you so much money.
So there's no reason to ever do it, right?
Every hand has cost me a bunch of money. At some point in time. I don't know, I don't keep track of it lifetime.
Like scared.
Jam.
I would.
And then you can table if you want, because even
I
if you
would-
get a warning, you're in
Well,
your hands
you
not live,
can't
right?
you can't jam. That's the problem.
That's
It was pot limit
so,
free.
so that's what,
Doc,
But it's
on,
right?
trying to
So
get after it with
it's
the
all
10-8
on-
suited.
that's
Doc
actually
getting
what
after it
people
with the
do
king
in,
9.
like the main
Looks
event,
like
though, if they're like on the bubble, and if aces, I know people have done this where like they've gone all in, flip their hand over, they get an orbit penalty, but they won't get called, which means they're pretty much always making the money within an orbit. And you also have no risk either.
You just like collect the blinds, then lose
Con
the next orbit. It's like
gonna go to a flop and play some poker.
I mean, that's just I just could never do that.
Flopping
That's just
the
such a
best
big
hand.
that It's insane.
Yeah, obviously.
Not a board that he wants to flop the best hand on.
I probably wouldn't put myself in a spot where I
Ace high.
Yeah, it's not even about
Gonna bet and call.
But even if you're on the bubble, if you die with
Backdoor straight, backdoor flush draw, probably not going anywhere. Big old banana. Doesn't change anything. See if Doc keeps up the aggression.
knew that was the case.
He does.
Yeah, I played it
A healthy bet.
last year. Yeah. I was like,
If Khan's a believer.
shit,
No,
no.
then we're all running at once.
What happens if you run it twice?
They take double rake. No, it makes sense for rake room not to like run it twice ever though. Because the time adds up. It's less money.
Not improving. See if Khan
That's
wants
why we've been doing here is because it's
to get his 8 to showdown.
That's what I'm saying. Usually they just don't like it. So like it's weird that
I mean, I guess.
Doc
You lose like a
going for the
My
third
opinion has
barrel.
changed on that. I think that's totally reasonable to say.
It's a tough spot for a pair of 8s.
I think it's saying don't
I guess it.
you see like it's profit, like casinos, that's their business.
I get
Good evening, LV. How you doing tonight?
It's also their time and what do you want?
Dark Knight. It runs about once or twice a week. They're trying to get a day settled. I believe 510 currently is scheduled for Saturday evenings around 7. So if you want to get on the list for that, you can call
losing money.
TCH and they'll be glad to put your name on that list.
Vegas, you can't do it anywhere until you get to at least
Run it twice.
Difficult spot for 8s on this board. And lets it go. Good bluff by Doc. Gets it through, shows the bluff, and gets rid of his nib button. Power poker there. Power poker.
I'm gonna feel great whenever Amara like bets big on the river against me and then he mucks.
It's already out.
Because he'll always show the bluff. Because he'll always show the bluff.
The only time he got called was FF called him with 69.
Yeah.
I guess that's a strong hand.
I would expect him to fold.
Yeah. Usually, like, won't play hands like this.
I love his blind. You're like, I'm surprised you got that. But, well, it's 2 pair, but the 7 pair.
Well, MF is like all over the place, as we saw.
Super bad.
Mickey raised me with top pair, no club on that board.
30?
I didn't mean that.
Ethan open up his suited jack on the button.
It's just like
Bronny calling. And George waking up with ace queen. You're gonna see a 3-bet here. Tish announcing he's not 4-betting as he folds his cards. And the ace queen gets it through. And releases the nib button.
I didn't see that coming.
No resistance. Kind of seen an odd mix of some passive poker tonight and then some street poker. Keeping it entertaining for us this evening. Thank y'all again for joining me this evening for this 5 No Limit Hold'em stream at Texas Card House Houston. Nice dealer change. One of the best parts about this game, I personally think, is no bomb pots on dealer change. As much as I love bomb pots, it takes up a ton of time. And I just like hold'em. More hands, more hands, more hands. Also, the card reading is kind of a nightmare for it. And then no bomb pots means you get to play knit game. The mini games are really what make the stream games fun. Well, I mean, they would be fun without them, but they make them extra fun. We've had so many different variations of mini games. I don't think we played the small blind game very often. Played the kill game short for a couple of streams, and then the knit game is really kind of taken over as the premier mini game. I think we played 7 Deuce once or twice, but Justin says only bad players love bomb pots. Well, you can call me bad then, because I love bomb pots, and I'll accept it. Look at the chip stacks. Harley, unfortunately, now joining Diego there at the bottom after his fiasco with his kings. George, Cobb, and Khan still at the top. Bronny coming in now, coming in hot. Only playing a couple of hands. I don't know if I necessarily. I mean, I agree that there are players that don't like bomb pots because they are not as good at them. But I think a lot of people just don't like exposure. Like the hand takes forever. It often ends up in a chop pot, and then when it does isn't chop, usually someone's getting screwed, which is why I think it's fun. Because I mean, you get to win big pots. But I mean, people play poker to have a nice, relaxing time, and bomb pots can ruin your day.
I'm sure he'd love to.
They're typically double board PLO bomb pots, Mario. I will not play Holden bomb pots. I think those are atrocious.
Five raise, 125.
Can we get service?
Can we get service? Three full. That was gonna be like, I'm anti-way to do one of those. You stole the show.
On three betting, picking it up with the king jack offsuit, easy. Raise and take it. Dealing a little too light there.
I only can make that if I'm not. Some would argue I'm not way.
I think bomb pots are very fun, but
True, it is 2024, so you have that factor, right?
they just get out of control so fast. And the people a lot of the players who lose them don't want all of their money to go away like that quickly. But obviously the inverse can happen. You can just be up heaps.
Wasn't there like a dude that
It looks like we have a hand to Bruin. Ethan opening up the king six, George three betting, and then Doc just calling in the big blind with the ace king. Ethan thinking about making a move. Views Doc's cold call as weakness. We got a pot Bruin here. These players are very deep. George thinking through his decisions. Elects to call. Not Doc. Yeah. Sprung the trap. Just wants to see all 5 cards. Piles it in. George in an incredibly difficult spot. The way Doc has played this hand is interesting because it's just very uncharacteristic for him to have a hand like aces or kings here. It really just looks like the other 2 jacks, maybe queens, or ace king. But there aren't a lot of worse hands that he's doing it with other than ace king. He's not going to rip it with ace queen, specifically with Ethan behind him to act. So this is an incredibly difficult spot for George.
Showed every other bluff, so I'll show you after this.
I mean, he does have the best hand right now. This is kind of the only spot that you're hoping for is that he has ace king. Because Doc could very easily have queens. But
43-20.
Looks like the graphics are a little wrong, but and this is a big pot of, like I said before, a big pot of room. Not an easy decision. He's thinking everything through. Such a tough spot. taking his time, thinking everything through, trying to. I like it. And does make the call. They're off to the races. Looks like they're running it twice. This is a big. This is the pot of the evening. $8,500 pot. Jacks are safe on the first board so far. Good turn. Clean river. Jacks. Jacks will take the first board. Ace on the flop, the second board. King, but there's a club and a 10. And he does not improve. They will chop this pot. Wow. What a pot, though. What a pot. What a sweat on the bottom board, too. Obviously, there's the player lamenting that he ran it twice.
Are you talking about Austin people just shipping in Ace King?
Yeah, I went there, so now now I do that.
Are you from Austin? That'd be really funny if you
Did I
actually
play
were.
with you? Did I play with you at the lodge? You do look familiar.
I might have played there once.
Oh, okay.
I thought he was Ace King.
Yeah, they're continuing their discussion from earlier about
Playing,
Ace King and how strong people play it.
No, did I? No, no, no.
yeah, you look familiar.
Let me know. I know y'all are letting
King 6 of diamonds.
me what y'all think about Ace King. A lot of y'all love it, and a lot of y'all hate it. But I think more people love it than hate it. Ethan, ironically, would have won the first board had they somehow seen a flop. He would have made a flush. But the King 6 of diamonds is not going to do that.
You have to fold that hand.
Khan getting after it with the 10-8.
That's how you play Jack.
George with a mystery hand. Gonna defend his raise. Oh, I love the sweats like these.
I was like, he's capped.
Khan flopping top pair. I think the graphics are a little wrong. The board came out 10 high. Checks behind. Good card for the 10-8 now. It's not. You got the graphics fixed there. Khan probably going to go for a little bit of value here. No, decides to check. A bad river with the 10-8. I believe he will just very likely try and get this to showdown. Oh, he has the 8-7, not the 10-8. That makes that a lot. And make a lot more sense. The 7-8 of clubs.
Turning into an
Who's turning into an LMC?
Kickboxer 30. I have not seen B2 on one of our streams in a while. I enjoyed playing with him the last time he was here. I guess the last time I played with him was maybe a month, or not a month, a year ago. But I have not played with him since. I do not know. But he's welcome back anytime he wants to come play on the stream. Anyone's welcome to play on the stream at TCH. If you would like to play on this Thursday 2-5 game, please, all you have to do is fill out the form or call the floor and ask them to put you on the list. I believe the form is easier though and takes priority because you just click online somewhere in the link. We've been spamming it somewhere. Battle of the Sixes. George takes it down. Nick game still going.
You always like cutting it down to the wire with this Nick game thing.
I believe Tish is still in the Nick game now. At that that needle by Ethan there.
Heads up with the self-proclaimed heads up Nick game specialist.
another subtle needle.
He was gonna raise. He has a nip button. It's almost close to the end. He's not just calling 100.
How's he know I have such shoes?
Dirty diaper in the muck.
He raises and then you're
Tish not getting after it.
Your hand's pretty fast.
Uh-oh.
Like, you don't have.
Uh-oh. Harley with the nip button releases.
You just called the 400.
How sure?
I played the same yesterday.
How much money?
Ethan.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
trying
but
to
it shouldn't cap me. Like,
No,
You got me covered.
this guy limp
I was
range,
trying to-
we're talking about cap range.
Take it easy, killer.
Wait, what is going on?
Nah, if I don't
Ethan,
call,
Ronnie going to defend his suited
take
king
a little
in
mental
the straddle.
The jam was like
There's no cap of this range. because
Ace high versus suited king.
the jam was 7x.
King coming out in the front. Ethan going to c-bet.
Mine by 60.
we were all over the place.
60.
It was pretty interesting. Considering there's plenty
Ronnie going nowhere with top pair for the moment being.
I love it.
And if he liked his top pair before, he likes it very much now.
Yeah.
The board is slightly misrepresented on the graphics. There are two kings and a 10.
Probably have the exact same exact hand.
Oh, there we go. It's Ethan repping the hand that Bronny has. Bronny, of course, liking his hand, but definitely not folding. Probably going to go with just a call. Let Ethan hang himself since he is trying to get rid of his nip button. Does make the call. A little dirty river for the king, but I'd still be pretty happy with my hand here. Bronny now going to decide if he wants to go for value. Yep. Strip king's good. And Ethan will keep his nip button. Good no bluff by Ethan. It's very likely getting called unless he made it
oh yeah.
something egregious,
As soon as he asked me,
which I don't think his hand was a good candidate for.
all in.
That's some good defense.
I guess
Now
that's
he's
why
talking
I
about
didn't
it.
show. How the fuck did that?
No, I don't know about that. I do like that hand, but I don't think I would have called. And I knew you were fucking around, but I don't think I would have called all that.
Who was fucking around?
Oh, you actually were ahead. You had a side. Free flop.
I honestly just couldn't see if you had any big chips or if you had
Ish.
reds. That was the only
Trying to get rid of his nip button now with the playable ace 10. Harley with the same ace 10.
$2 grand ain't a lot of money to a player like.
3-betting.
Sir?
I said $2 grand ain't a lot of money to a player like.
Ethan now with a real hand.
Nothing to do with
All three players in the Nick game. Just let's go with the sevens.
good flat on
Worse
it.
is
Let's go to the hockey. George with the
He's
ducks.
been playing this game for longer than any of us.
He has.
Yeah. Just fine.
Calls, and now Tish getting a pretty good price, but decides against it.
I'm totally fucking.
We're joking. We're joking.
I'm at 40 years, 54 years old.
Are you doing stem cells?
How old are you?
Tish is still in the lead, but Harley with the betting lead. I imagine this will just go check, bet, and take it. Check, check.
Can't even go to the casino. You go to Winstar.
Some of those Indians.
Winstar will-
Harley
Yeah.
content with his ace high right now.
No.
Some of the California ones are.
Most of them are.
And Deuces will win.
Oh, boy,
They're very hit or miss.
people around here?
No nip button released in that hand. Still 3 left. I believe it's Harley, Tish, and Ethan.
At age 9, and then he was off to the races.
Yeah, I took
George
years
picking
to
up
find
a
out
nice
this thing called
little pot with deuces with no resistance, which probably feels pretty great. I mean,
I feel like it's a lot different. I feel like it's a lot different online. I don't know.
Oh, it's very
It definitely is.
Yeah.
It definitely is. But it's still applicable.
What do you play right now or no? What do you play?
4, 4, 5, 4. No, I don't play online. I don't trust that shit.
No, I don't.
Harley with my favorite hand.
Friends on like
During COVID,
See if you can get it done here.
Poker Bros, I thought it was. I don't like the way the cards felt.
Ethan waking up with a hand. Probably good. He got caught making that move earlier. Help him get a little bit of action.
I've heard about it.
Imagine Harley with his nip button in a suited hand will see a flop. And we have an action flop. Oh, aces first, the gutter and flush draw. I expect this pot to get big.
I know there's been cheating before.
And it got big fast. I didn't expect it to get that fast. So they are ripping it too. One time. Not it. Big pot. Aces will hold. Ethan getting rid of his nip button and picking up a nice sized pot with aces. They held up.
I didn't know where this was going on.
Yeah, the card house recovered.
Is he aware?
It looked.
He wasn't aware. We did not tell him that.
So somebody has to tell him. Sir, just so you know.
Yeah, if you lost, you're supposed to pay the 200. But if you don't have it, then
I know. I've got 200 on me. Nobody told me that. I'll put it in.
That's unfortunate for Harley. He did not know the rules of the game entirely.
No one's told him. I don't think it's right.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, you pay because you still got it. You lost enough.
Well, that's not how
It's totally shit. It's just like in the rules that we're on. It's just the way it works.
So if we play it back, do we need to play the...
Mario, Harley was not informed the rules of the knit game and did not realize that if he busted, he still had to play he was the person who paid the penalty if he was holding a token. But he's a good sport and he will be paying the penalty. And that will be the end of this knit game.
Well, it's just straight up the rule. The rule is if you bust and you're not rebuying, you pay it.
Yeah.
That's just the rule. But
He could rebuy for 200.
or TCH recovery.
You get rebuff for 200 and you're fucked.
Well, one of the
No, and then they still
Because
pay
he's
out.
shipping it.
This does need to get cleared up because we need to make sure all new players get the game thoroughly explained to them because not everybody plays the knit game.
this is considered a
But I didn't know
private
this
game.
was going on. I got cash in my hotel room. So I'd have
It's
to get an Uber home to the hotel, come back.
Do you happen to have Zell? Remember by chance?
You I do.
Does anyone have
Yeah.
Zell?
I have Zell.
I can tell you.
Sure. How much do you want?
I'm gonna get angry because you
I think Harley is being a great sport about this entire thing. I'm glad he didn't take this too hard, but they do need a great job. They need to do not great. They need to do a better job of explaining the game to new players. Because it does feel bad when someone who doesn't understand the knit game entirely is screwed by that.
Yeah, just deal him out until Zelda.
So what happens if he wins the hand?
It's paused. It's paused. Well, I guess if he wins this, he gets
No, pause the game.
If he wins, he gets to get rid of it.
Well, that's not right either, but
They're discussing.
Nothing's gonna be perfect.
Well, he's got the right to rebuy if he wants to.
It's kind of a small debacle. Nothing real major going
I'm
on.
just saying if I win this hand, I'm getting rid of my name.
Yeah,
That's what. Yes, that's fine.
Doc waking up with kings.
I think that's fair.
George with a suited king in the small blind thinking about making a move. Does. Cobb just relinquishing the ace queen of diamonds. See if George wants to take it to the streets with the king 8 suited. Does not. Doc picks up a little bit of money.
Yeah, I didn't know anything about this stuff. I'm dodging it. I do beat. Oh, I diamonds too.
Yes. Yes, Dark Knight, that is correct. If you still have your token and you bust, you have to pay the nit tax on your way out. It is a rule that was, in this instance, very poorly explained. Tish with the aces now. We got big hands getting passed around.
4 fold, 5 fold.
Diego a little quiet. Just gonna let it go. Big hands.
Wow.
That's how Tish gets rid of his nib button. I personally believe that if someone gets rid of their nib button pre-flop with aces, they should keep their nib button. That's not a real thing. We were discussing this rule the other day on the game because it's come on. King, sure. Aces, come on. Keep your nib button.
You know,
You should be able to lose your
And name the game. Oh yeah, they're discussing it now.
Tried hard earlier.
How much? 1900. I want to receive it before I give it.
Oh, I say you got it, you say you got it.
I said not yet.
Oh, yeah.
So, are those cards dead? What's,
C8, I mean C7.
Wait.
7 4, 8 4, 9 4. 1 4.
Ronnie just mucking the ace jack of diamonds.
2 4, 3 4.
Maybe something's wrong with the reader. We've been having man. Kings, aces, and now kings for Cobb.
4 raise 40. 5 raise 1.5.
Khan waking up with nines. I sense a big pot brewing here. I think Cobb is most certainly going to put in another bet here.
200 going in there next time.
yeah, next time there we go.
350. 4 raise 350. Oh, you know what?
And this is a small enough sizing that Khan is most certainly going to continue in position. I don't think he's going to reopen the pot. I think he's just going to call. Off to a flop we go. Kings versus nines. Overpair for the nines. He got away earlier when he had his jacks versus Tish's kings. Unfortunate turn. Let's see if he can get away from this. It's going to be difficult to navigate because Cobb can, with that ace jack hand from earlier, could definitely have. I like this check from Cobb. Khan checks his overpair behind. Oh, and what a disaster for Cobb. Khan drilling top set. Cobb most certainly going to go for value. It's still a very dangerous board for him. His hand's very strong, but Khan now going to go for some value. Start building a pot.
I can break the yellow
Going big. Goes full pot. I like it. Especially when Cobb's hand looks so much like ace high. It looks like Khan.
Do you want to change the yellow?
You said it's fine.
I don't think Cobb is going to fold for just one bet.
4 call?
Calls. Gonna play some rivers. There are a lot of rivers that Cobb can get away from. Let's see what it runs out. And obviously a fantastic run out for Khan. And it's not a bad run out for Cobb either. Yes, he's afraid of clubs. Khan now ecstatic. Let's see what sizing he chooses. Looks like he's going to go very big. Or he's counting a stack down to figure out what he wants to do. Cobb is not in love with this river. Clubs comes in. There's already losing to hands, some hands. Khan, a very aggressive player. Big bet. Goes all in. The over bet. Not an easy decision for Cobb. He loses to quite a bit now, actually. But there are some bluffs that could be had. 9-8 suited is probably the most likely hand to be bluffed. And then missed hearts. It's such a large bet. It's meant to look bluffy. And Khan is also one of the players at the table that is very capable of making this bluff. These players have been playing with each other for hours now. And they were playing before stream too. It's a big decision point for Cobb. This is not an easy spot. He's thinking that his hand is under repped here. I like the bet sizing. I agree, Mario. He's trying to make it look extra bluffy. Putting Cobb in the blender for sure. I guess other hands he's thinking about that would not bet flop but bet turn. A hand like Jack 10, Queen Jack. Hearts may take a delayed stab. I think one of the problems Cobb is going to do is that his hand is just so under-ripped by the way he played it. It is hard for him to have that much better of a hand. Good fold. Good fold. Good fold by Cobb.
It is, hats off. Club's that too is so good.
Yeah,
that's good. That's good. The two is like one of the best cards. I mean, the club's that. The two is so good.
I wouldn't put it past this guy to have ace deuce.
He's no club in his hand.
I think outside of a king, like an offsuit two, not a club, would be like maybe the best route.
Tony Turker said, I think it's okay in big hands for people to take a little bit of time. Obviously, don't take 10 minutes, but a couple minutes is okay. It's a big decision for some people. There's $100 in pot or something. Yeah, whatever. You should only take a little bit of seconds, but this is a big pot. I think he took a respectable amount of time, not too much.
Did you just instantly look behind you? You're like, that's pretty sick.
I kind of wish I didn't check flop. I feel like it made it harder on me later, but if I wasn't good, I saved money, I guess.
You have to clean up flaps too, right?
I can. Which, like, made it easier to follow.
That was maybe the most interesting river in the deck. 3-bet, 60. 5 full, 4 full, 7 full.
Everyone with a little bit of nothing. Tish with the best hand, ironically. The bottom pair.
Also, that you hit 700 to 700 on the turn, and then I call. And then he still
was raising for the raise.
So what rivers are you calling?
They're having a very interesting discussion about his hand afterwards on what Ethan is. I'm pretty sure Ethan would have called.
Yeah,
Based on
a 9 or an
discussion.
8, a 9 or an 8, I for sure call. Wait, you're saying what I don't call or what do you call?
What rivers do you?
Yeah, like most other rivers.
Do you call? What? Do you call?
You would have called that or no?
It's funny because that hand only happened because of the misdeal, so thank you, Dylan.
I don't call.
Maybe, I don't know. Where are you trying to get me a huge line?
This guy's pretty sick.
I was gonna tell you guys, but I'm enjoying it.
I called you.
You just don't tell it.
I'd rather not know.
Han saying he's going to tell him the hand, even though they get to say they get to see the hand, you know, 15 minutes.
It's not really a bad call because you got one pair. Technically, I mean, there is deuces.
That's the beauty of stream games. In 15 minutes, you get to go find out what happened to you.
I didn't really pay attention to the whole thing. It's hard to comment.
We got cutoff button action. Jack 10 suited versus Ace 3 suited. Going to a flop.
I mean, I know he has it in him. Played with him yesterday and definitely.
Middle pair, flush draw for Cobb, and bottom pair for Con with the betting lead. This has the potential to become a big pot.
Aces and kings would call it.
You wouldn't make a call?
Not having the club is ass.
You say no or yes?
Picking up extra in what his mind would be outs here with the flush in it. Draw to become a straight draw. Con making the flush on a pretty dicey board, but
I think so because the thing about it is
No, plus.
I got on
Dark Knight, to answer your question, I've played with Con a lot. He's very capable of bluffing there. It's
If it was a bluff,
not,
That's why I said it's like,
and that's what makes my, I guess my view of it very difficult because even though I see the cards, it's more than capable of making that bluff. More than capable.
five. I mean, like,
I decided I think we should just let David do the commentary.
nah, fuck.
David probably has some wizard.
why did he foul?
It's way more entertaining than the players.
Alright, David, tell us, what would you do?
Ish, why do you want me to tell you what I would do?
David would call?
Yeah, I don't think. How often is he gonna have 9 8?
Why are they saying what I would have done?
Actually,
Huh?
I would say.
You don't know me.
Ace 9 suit, ace 8 suit for like a super creative. It's like.
Khan picking up the heat.
I don't have no trend. Then I call. I was like, oh, I need a bluff.
I did bluff you yesterday when you had it.
You did.
I
Well, wait, tell me.
Jack 10.
I think
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
that hand, the way Cobb played, but he made it incredibly difficult
Like
for
they were
him.
bluffing there because you know
It
people.
was a good fold. It was a good fold.
Thank you.
We're all gonna see that.
Thank you.
2 check?
Yeah, gut shot versus gut shot here.
5 bet? 100. Did we check if I was one?
I think they're both going to see this turn. A 3 would be disastrous for Khan. They're very deep.
Fast bluff, but I just couldn't.
Ace, really good. Best hand gets better. Didn't really need it.
It'd be pretty sick to triple off like Jack 10.
5 bet 20?
Dark Knight, I think you'd be surprised how often people bluff. It's not. I think that statement holds true for big bluffs. I think people make small bluffs a lot more frequently than you would imagine, because mentally it's very easy for players to bluff, $10, $20 into $20. But in a 1-3 game, bluffing 300 into 300, drastically different than bluffing, $20, $30 into 60. I think it's the big bluffs. It's the big bluffs.
The leveling more.
Yeah, you are. You definitely are.
The game was different, though.
But still,
Yeah, it was
Yesterday game was. No, I played early.
Everybody has a different play style. I mean, part of this is, trying to figure everything out. And
It was good all day.
whether whether or not it was a good fold in theory, Cobb ended up finding
I don't know how I didn't play
a good fold. Good for him.
because like Sam was there. I left like 30 minutes before Sam got there. But it was Catman.
You'll often find that some of the best bluffs are in spots where there are a few players bluffing. But I mean, this is what makes this game so fun for me. This is one of the reasons I love it. The problem solving aspect. It's so fun. I mean, y'all have seen me make some stupid calls here on the stream before. Sometimes I'm incredibly right. Sometimes I'm incredibly wrong. Small pot, Ducks versus Ace Queen. Fair fight. And Cobb might fire one more time and then give up if called again. Trying to fold out the small pairs like Diego has. And it works. Ducks hit them up. There are some streams where everyone's bluffing like crazy and people are going bananas and you just can't fold anything. This isn't one of those streams. I think this stream people are, for the most part, being a lot more in line.
What are we doing? This reading.
You got here and you're ready to cost me $5.
This is from you. Not a 2-5.
That's from us three. To you.
Jacob, you said 2 pots?
Huh?
You said,
Did we ever?
Yeah, just take all those.
yeah,
Oh, we haven't
did
done
this
the
last
200
year.
yet.
Yeah, we haven't done the 200.
We did it.
Oh, we did.
Yeah.
He put the 200.
Yeah, he already put it.
God dang, when did that happen?
Yeah.
You won the
Yeah.
I didn't even know there was 200 a pop.
I didn't know you had shit.
When?
I didn't realize
Really?
the game I did it.
I didn't know
Apparently,
this was I just like snapful.
I'm surprised.
I guess. I didn't know there was. I mean, that would have been a different.
Glad I didn't have something marginally decent.
interesting. We missed the splash pot. I guess it was all pre-flop stuff done.
So I don't think you
I probably had air.
You're right. I fucking did it.
No, I'm saying, he's saying, I'm worried, he said he was worried he didn't have something good.
No, I'm saying something like,
It couldn't have been that good.
I don't know.
Just literally
How wide am I range to that shit?
$50.
How wide am I range to that?
Yeah, exactly.
Once again, I'd like to thank everybody out there for being with me here tonight, watching this game of 2-5 No Limit Hold'em at TCH Houston. Hopefully it's been just as entertaining for y'all as it has been for me. Good time, good time. We have 2 Texas premiums going to battle, the 7-3 offsuit and the 8-7 offsuit. Neither player hitting anything. Who wants it more? Who wants it more?
Get more views to the stream.
It's funny because
Make people watch it.
I think
they should have known about doing card debt and having the most boring stream in the last and now this shit. I'm watching this whole game.
Doc giving him the old float with the 8 high. Board's a little wrong, but let's hope the hands aren't, because
I just want to see what other people
it makes this hand very interesting if the hands are not wrong.
I watch it on freaking like triple speed.
I believe
max speed. It's
it
like,
completes
wow,
the
I'm
flush.
But I still watch it, you know.
Yeah, I already rewatched it.
I'm not like sitting down and like watching the tape like a freaking
Ethan
football coach. But I'm
gonna
like,
place
you know,
a big bet.
because it's recorded
No.
out there. And it's only what, 3 hours, 4 hours? Watch that show on triple speed.
Doc
I'm making my
looking to take this pot at a different juncture.
just like AirPods in, like.
This is the poker I love. It's just street battling.
Yeah, I'm trying to go to
This
sleep.
is
Soothing voice in the comments.
who wants it more on this river.
That's what I want to listen to when I go to
No,
sleep.
yeah, me too.
I hate when you play so much poker, you're dreaming about it. It's so annoying.
Who wants it more?
We've all had poker dreams.
Yeah, I hate that.
I like woke up and I was like, what?
Ethan trying to make this look very value-y.
No, the best of the poker dreams that don't make sense. So, like, I remember one time, like, I woke up and I
Knocked in the tank.
had a poker dream last night. I was like, turn river.
The card reader might be a little wrong with Doc's hand.
It was like, you know, this is a dream.
Like, what's going on?
Maybe both their hands. I don't know. I really hope these are their hands. That is a raise. Ethan most likely does not have the 7-3. I think Ethan may have a small flush, something like 7-5,
I don't have so much money.
7-6, so he doesn't actually beat any of the flushes the Doc's raising for value. I don't think these hands are correct. If they are, once again, this is some sick posturing. Nope, the hands aren't correct. There's no way this. Doc had the 7-8 diamonds. That makes a lot more sense. And got paid. I want to know what Ethan had. Man, the hand was so much more exciting when they had 7-8 offsuit and 7-3 offsuit. So much more exciting. People going wild, bananas.
You never just said, fuck it, I'm rich, and they call. Start painting words around here. What?
Referencing, they're of course referencing a famous Vegas Viet from Houston, Texas, who was known for saying, F it, I'm rich, and then calling.
Start doing the reverse, like, because you're bored.
I mean, if you're rich, why not? Why not? Cobb opening up the ace-6 of diamonds. Harley getting at it with the 6-3 of hearts. I like it. It's gonna be hard to play this ace-6 of diamonds out of position. But maybe Cobb's getting the itch to play a pot. Sometimes you just get the itch to play. I wouldn't fault them for flicking it in, flicking a call in, playing some street poker. But alas, 6 high will win our poker. Khan, the big winner of tonight, could have been bigger. That pot. Doc, after that flush win, Doc was 9. George started at the bottom. Now he is in the top 3. Bronny Stinkley picking up this $1,000 set down. And Cobb with his fortunate hand versus Harley keeping him up in the green. Everyone else in the red. Everyone else in the red.
One time a sick hero called with queen high, like for it was a big pot. He called river with queen high on just a single paired board, but it was 3.
3 is gonna make it 60.
Cobb waking up with ace king again. The hand has not been kind to him tonight. Still got to put in that 3-bet.
4 makes it 175.
And
I think I've had ace king 5 times on stream now. No, maybe pretty good. I didn't need to.
picking up the scraps with ace king.
They just raise it here.
What'd you get?
Yeah, Asperger. Quite a few Asperger games. I'm not a huge baseball fan. I mean, they're fun. I don't just think like the basketball games and football games are fun for me, but you're a baseball fan.
Harley. Probably going to get after it with the suited hand.
So like a 5-minute rate.
What's the bet? 100 to go now.
Houston was there.
100.
No, same here, same here.
No game on right now. Just good old regular poker.
I only see all so many times. This is a race.
Yes, it is.
And no one has much of anything, so 8 high takes it down.
Button right.
Unfortunately for the exciting poker, we need 2 people to have something. Sometimes you get these lulls. It's kind of awkward when the entire table is card dead. I've seen it happen a couple times. Doesn't happen very often, but
On one of the boards.
Diego, the Broadway is opening it up. And Cobb again with Ace King. No one else has had it more than him. Makes the 3-bet. And Diego just
How many times
letting it go.
Like 5 or 6.
If I went all in, would you call with that hand?
Like you just like jammed
Yeah,
on
there's a
the
hand
blue.
that you raise that. No?
Oh, after I made it, whatever, and then you
Player profile, right?
like, did you raise that? I re-raised that.
No, like whatever you just did.
I did it sitting there beforehand.
Thank you for the love. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Try my best out here.
Yeah, he went all in with it.
I know I'm no West, but I'll try and give y'all something good to listen to.
Maybe my
Yeah, and then he snapped the 500 on the flop before the guy put in his
Ace
hand.
King, Ace King, Ace King.
But I think he's someone like once he commits.
Back to the Ace King
Yeah.
discussion.
Never giving up. Yeah.
Never ever.
Didn't matter what they could.
No, I'm joking. I did on stream already.
30 to go.
Soft money fallacy.
1 fold, 2 fold.
Suited Jack, opening it up. Diego. Con with pairs again.
I
Con loves pairs tonight.
Texas Hold'em, so I know the exact cutoff.
Is it depending on what
is it, like
what
Queen 8?
type of game?
Harley with a.
Queen 8 or something.
Oh, we got
Jack 10.
some good stuff going on here. We got 4 players going to
No, King 8, Queen
a
9.
flop. Couple of pairs.
Really?
No one really loving this flop.
I'm pretty sure King 6. No, you're right. Any ace, King like 6. Queen.
Diego with the betting initiative, gonna take a stab at it.
But this assumes that it's a blind hand and
Gets it through, wins with Jack High. Just like that. Easy. Got a couple more hands for y'all this evening. A little bit left in the stream. Another 18 or so, 16 or so minutes. Thank y'all for being with me, here with me.
and you lure the open pairs.
Had some interesting hands
Tomorrow plays a chance.
go down tonight. I hope we still got some more. Yeah, I was surprised to see the 10s fold that easy. But I can understand his mindset. Harley's been going through it. Just wants to find a better spot.
I got a live 20 on.
I mean, sometimes you run into it, and it affects you mentally. Part of poker, you just feel like you're always running into it.
They're playing a big game. It's 4 fold. 20 to go. 5's gonna make it 75. 6 fold, 7 fold.
Con opening it up with the ace on the button. Diego with queens again.
It's gonna make it 3-2.
Ethan sighing because he has a hand. Raise and take it. It's not been too too bad of a table tonight, Pony Jokers. Of course, there have been some very interesting folds tonight. There's been plenty of action. It's sometimes it's hard to get lineups that are all action, 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 action. I try and do my best when I'm on stream to entertain. That's when I mean, I'm there to have fun.
Just the one reason why I don't play the big game games.
Trying to do?
Not too much.
Sounds like we're gonna break them. Oh, last time. You wonder.
I probably
Cobb waking up with the suited ace.
I've actually never played a tournament where I'm by myself and I never played a tournament where I'm by myself.
Ethan and Cobb going heads up.
No, I'm not playing it.
So, what tournament?
I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad to hear it.
I played one.
The action here is great.
I might fire it most likely. I don't know.
Been lots of action, even on the main floor lately. Plenty of tables, plenty of good games. Ethan gonna bet his top pair, probably, and it's gonna end.
Yeah. Guy that jammed 5,000 with ace king.
No, but that's like
That's the goal.
You want to flip a little bit.
He wants to live once in a while.
That's like instant gratification. Like, this is like, let's flip and then flip again and then flip again and then like maybe I win.
Then maybe bubble.
Yeah, maybe I bubble.
And then the one flip that you lose is like the most important flip.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you're just like, wow, I just wasted 12 hours.
Not all flips are created equal. Not all flips are created equal.
Could have gone to dinner and went to the bar.
A lot of better things to do than min cash.
Yeah, exactly.
Hopefully, we can get a nice one brewing for y'all to end the stream this evening.
When you head up first place, 300K, it's like.
I get the sweat, it's super fun.
I don't understand the reason why cash games tend to be so much more inherently so.
Yes, Phony Turkers, I play on stream. I go by DT. I am the guy with green hair. That's the best way to describe it. Asian dude, green hair. Can't miss me.
I think there's a couple things. There's both cultural significance.
My name is Dave. They usually put me as DT or David.
Like the idea of running deep in a tournament and winning, like you can't like win.
I've been played on many a TCH stream.
And like a cash game, I can just buy back in. Like a tournament, it's over. You know, the dream's dead.
Yeah, exactly.
Another free bet and take it.
Here, every hand is completely individual. So
Looks like everyone is toning down the battling.
But the tournament, like, the people really
Are
care.
y'all playing mandatory ton?
Are trying to exploit how other people are playing. Here we can know your competitors, so
You don't post them or you post them?
I believe I also played in the very first TCH Houston stream. I played in their test stream, their first 1-3 stream. And then I played a very large portion of the Thursday night streams back when it was 5-10, 5-10-20. Then it changed to 1-3-6, and I believe now it's settled at 2-5. So lots of streams, lots of streams, lots of streams. All good time, all good time. Tish opening suited ace in early position. Braun. Call.
What if I want a small?
Says loose call with the king 10 off. I don't think that's a loose call at all. I think it's pretty standard.
That's when it's going to get real interesting.
Then flops the best of it.
Check.
One check.
Tish with his gut shot
3 bet 30.
and betting lead. Top pair going nowhere.
One call from.
I'm not sure, but I think so. Could be wrong. I've been wrong before.
I don't. Great card for the king. Tish shouldn't have a lot of threes here. Just bigger kings and aces.
How big is your kicker?
Find out.
And a queen run out for king 10. Gonna try and let Tish bluff at it, but who's up?
I think he wins all the time.
You love your top pair, don't you?
Small pickup.
Top pair with kings.
Bronny.
That was a loose call for you?
Oh yeah, true.
Yeah, what?
Speech play, speech play.
I was watching
Most
that.
players willing to put in, whereas Bronny is
For the dudes who was like,
shown that he kind of likes to play a little post flop,
you know what I'm talking about?
let people hang themselves. Sometimes not always a bad strategy.
You guys haven't seen me win a single hand with a premium hand, like kings or aces like you guys play with.
I don't know what he's talking about. He won with a premium hand earlier. He got ace king to fold. And he had ace king.
You had ace king against me, right?
Yeah,
That's a
That's
a big.
hand, Omar. That's not a premium.
But it's a really good draw.
That's a big.
But I looked at yours and I saw you were off on the straddle, so if you're gonna make a move,
Those are mutually
We
exclusive.
say man.
with it.
All hands are drawing hands.
I just assumed you had ace king.
Jacks for Con. See if he can get a pot of brewing.
All hands are drawing hands, but some of us have
For me, it was either I was gonna fold or go all in.
We got a 3-bet.
Nothing else makes sense. Yeah, try to make it a
See if Diego getting a little spicy with the king 7 of hearts. It's been a little snug tonight. Let's see if Con picks up on that.
I think you'd win.
Decides to play this a little
It's
lower.
like-
Not.
It's a free situation.
Bumps it up.
He still kind of showed.
And that'll do it. Diego has been making
It's not a big deal.
lighter 3-bets, but the players haven't all been saying that. Has shown a lot of strong hands when he did jokes other than the
He thought he was
sixes.
really beating if he called and thought he lost to that.
That's what.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
what.
because he called and he showed like. No, the hand where he had ace 7 and the board is queen, jack, 4, and Tish turned over 10s. The other guy's like, you win. And Tish was playing 10 high.
Yeah, so he just had to have like locked him in on king high.
He called 425 on the river.
Yeah, that's.
That was a spicy hand. That was a spicy hand.
And now
They're
people
talking
have
about.
my money. You guys are welcome.
We have that Tish mode.
Oh, you had
took
10
that
high?
like
He had
Yes, and he had ace high, and Tish turned over his hand. He goes, you're good, and we was ace high across the table because he thought the pair of 10s played on the queen, jack,
I'm so confused about
He
this.
tabled his hand.
And he
He
called.
was winning the hand.
He didn't realize.
I don't know. I don't even know why we're talking about
Tish with a playable hand, gonna raise it up over the straddles.
A little all over the place. Yeah.
See if Con doesn't want to defend with the dirty diaper.
He just
Unlucky.
got so lucky he didn't have to.
And there's the stacks for y'all. Well, Tony, I'm sorry you think that not every game can be the spiciest in the world.
I mean,
I've had a good time tonight.
then he called 5 bets with
Good stuff going down.
And he calls the gold 5. They have like 1,400 behind. So there's like 3,500 in the
I don't know
middle.
why he doesn't get jammed for
I have no idea.
He wants to play the hand.
Kickboxer voting for B2 to be in the game.
You can play that hand.
If he was waiting to come in the game, I'm sorry he did not make it onto the screen.
Well, that's my point. If you're folding the ace high flop and jamming any other flop, that's the only way you can play.
Tish opening the king jack.
And you're really putting in half your stack.
Cobb calling with his suited ace in position. And calling with jacks again. And Cobb being mad, I think after the speech isn't gonna put any more money in the spot. I'm okay with pick it up.
You don't fold. You call it. Alright. I can live with that. That's 7-3.
Well, I hope we can get a good one in for y'all in the last remaining few minutes of the stream.
7-3 off. You're making a move. Early. Oh, that kind of like permanently. That's permanently etched in my mind. That was pretty baller.
I still want to know what happened in the hand from earlier. That's bugging me when George had ace 10.
You're like getting a massage.
Just don't know what the other hand was by knowledge. I was supposed to find out for y'all, but I forgot to. Jacks are the hand of the hour. Ronnie limping jacks. George isolating with the eights.
You know the 136 they used to do the double work.
And we're gonna see a flop in a little bit. We've seen one, but let's. I kind of want to see some blood. I kind of want to see a jack eight. You know, rainbow flop. Maybe two clubs, or two hearts. Not really sure. Well, from worst to first, Ronnie's still loving his hand right now with two jacks. And then George, of course, flopping top set, loving it, checking back. And that's a terrible card for him, for Ronnie to see. And unfortunately, a terrible card for George because he could have gotten a lot more action, I think, had he bet the flop.
Heavy set Indian guy with beard and wears a hat.
Super thick
That's
beard, but like in
pretty clean run out.
to the point where you can like barely see any of his face.
The eights. See if he's gonna be able to get any more value from it. It's gonna be hard with that overcard after checking the flop. Ronnie being a pretty passive player.
Okay, Kenny. I shouldn't have. Yeah, you probably introduced him. All right, Kenny, so you played it. Yeah. He was great.
Yeah, dude. Kenny's the guy that
we need to get him back.
3-bet me was 7-4 off, and then called the jam with 7 high and no draw.
Oh, that
got there. That was Kenny. Yeah.
Wait, when was this?
Like a week and a half ago.
Oh. All right, so Kenny's
and
yeah, Kenny's around.
Unfortunate. That run up probably cost
played with him forever.
him a little bit of money. Brian, I mean,
I saw him in spring a few weeks ago.
Obviously didn't know Brody was that strong. But when he goes back, if he goes back and watches stream, he'll be a little sad. Just got a lot of value.
The feed cuts off.
Actually, cut off the lights. Gotta go home.
Pack it up.
Pack it up. Pack it up, baby.
It is nice going back to the other cards.
Hand or no hand?
Yeah.
I saw a 5-10. It was this one. Yeah, it was 5-10. Let's pull up my phone and show you.
See if someone gets jacks on this orbit around. There is a jack, not jacks. Tish will oblige with the action. The king 10. Harley gonna give him a little look up with the suited queen. The queen 3. To flop we go. King high still in the lead, but Harley flopping a very attractive diamond draw here. And live pairs. Just check. See if Harley wants to take a stab at it now that Tish is checked. And it runs out clean for the king high.
There's something wrong with the full card readings. I've got a text from like 20 people. They're like, you called that guy down with 7 high.
First time I played here, set I had jacks and I jammed for like a big number, and instead I had jack for
And 99 of the stream.
the guy's buddies was like, that guy's such a fish, he just jammed.
A lot of hands.
Yeah, I've got like 3 texts that you called him down with 7 high when he re-raised the river. I'm like, no, I actually
the graphics are wrong here.
I wonder
Yes,
if David's saying it back.
One of us has looked very stupid today. I can almost hear
David's like, it's a very speculative call on the river.
speculative call. It's like trying to be.
Yes, Ethan. It was a very speculative call on the river based on the graphics.
Keeping him honest.
Yeah, limp Tish with the ace 10, opening it up.
Looks like we have Robbie J. Lewis. That'd be crazy.
I believe Lonnie's gonna look him up.
Dark check.
Good idea.
Neither player hitting a pair. Tish with a better ace high.
375.
Thank you, EJ. Thank you. Thank you. Even though the stream will be
I mean, I know they do it.
concluding shortly. Thank y'all, everyone, for joining me tonight. I've had a great great time commentating the stream for y'all. This 2-5 no limit hold'em game at Texas Card House. I hope y'all are having y'all had a good evening with me.
Yeah. It doesn't work. That's like why they built them up here.
Oh, so it's like.
So if you bet, like, for example,
I
100.
believe we still have a few more hands to go.
But it doesn't work, you know.
The chips.
The chips.
That was the original design, but yeah, that went out the window.
Cheap. I think they're like 50K. Like at
These tables?
Yeah.
Oh, 40.
Maybe RFID too.
Maybe more.
Top with their great student connector, opening it up.
Once you have one and if it doesn't work, you pull this one.
Raise and take it. The game seems to be calming down.
When is it done?
I'm really hoping y'all get one more good one to end the stream on. Let's go, guys. Give us something good.
Yeah. I would say like 70%. Which isn't.
It must make it so tough to go.
Oh my god, dude, David Fry is like going through L method. It's like, I don't know. I don't know, as the commentator, if you're allowed to say like there's a malfunction or like, if you just have to kind of like play it off. I don't know. Twofold, threefold. Because you don't know.
I'd like to think I did a good job today, Ethan. Commentating on the nonsensical card read errors. Doc opening up his ace. Ronnie with the suited jack. Come along.
Jack Dark.
I love that hand. Jack 9 suited. I mean, I love most poker hands.
Also, commentating by yourself is like 10 times more miserable.
Flopping a gut shot.
Like, feeling dead time by yourself is just fucking brutal.
I could.
Could you?
I could do that all day.
See if Ronnie can continue.
But I could.
Thank you, Phony Turgerson. I appreciate that. Hopefully, I'll be able to continue commentating for you all more often. That's the plan.
No, my point is like even during like deal shuffles, like you can't be like a minute and just dead silence.
I enjoyed it. It's a fun time. It's always fun to be on this side of the cards, I guess is the right way to say it.
Then the ads come up.
Playing, of course, is I like more, but commentating is fun. It's different.
Yeah, I try to do my best impression. You're
Ronnie makes the best hand, and I'll win it. It's true, Phony Turgerson. Any hand can be a winning hand. And I believe.
By the way, so come to TCH Houston for the time match deal.
They're probably like playing that right now.
Spend $1,000 and time to get 1,600. It's like 600.
Like, that's not the.
You can't. It's like you can't beat that in the stock market.
Yeah, all those
Like,
two
that's a
hands.
pretty good deal.
Dude, I'm
Fantastic hands. But I believe with that, this will be our last hand of the stream. Thank you all again for joining me tonight. I hope you all had a good time. Glad DT here in the booth. Normally on the felt, but here in the booth today.
You can't go to spring.
Here in the booth.
Wait, do they have the same deal at spring?
Yeah, you can do it once here, once in spring.
Maybe I'll see some of y'all out there. The fine games here.
Mr.
Card House.
Only 10 hours. Well, because you just aren't even. You've been maxing it.
Give us one more good hand. Last hand.
I used to do the 100 for 130, but they got rid of that deal. So I'm just riding out the time until I get the time.
If you were doing that every time, I guess so. What you play fewer sessions that are longer, probably, because you can only do it once per day.
Well, yeah, there's.
Oh, we have something brewing here.
Here and spring, and then Austin, it's like you have to pay $10. You get the yearly, the $300 yearly membership for $10. They match any time up to $500, so $500 for $1,000 in Austin. So I'm gonna have like 18 days preloaded here.
Tish releases it and Harley wins with the 2 9s.
That deal's also going on at spring. Yeah.
There's like 600 bucks.
Those are I believe the chip counts
So what? 18 days.
for
It's
the
like
stream. The
400
final chip counts
hours.
for the stream.
400 hours.
Another one. Oh,
If you do
presents for
both,
us.
Probably like
One more hand.
if you do both these deals,
maybe 3.5, 4 months. I don't know.
if you get both of these deals, that's 3,200 in time.
Yeah, and then there's also 500 for 1,000 if you drive to Austin.
On opening up the 8-6 clubs. One of those hands we were talking about.
I'm at 4,200.
Looks pretty.
Looks
pretty.
You'll probably something.
Are you gonna go? Are you gonna go to Austin?
Yeah, they have like good tournaments. They have I mean, it's like $1,000 worth of free deals, and they have like just
Like I have
promos. The first
2 more hands with y'all.
It's like a free $1,000. I mean, a good tournament. Like I don't know, go check it out. Nothing better, dude.
Tish seeing a flop with his 2 todays.
Heard about it.
8 high with the betting lead. Probably going to take it down here. Oh, nice pickup with the 8 high.
Just drive me up by yourself.
Austin's
not bad, just 2
I think
hours.
it's fun to go to Austin anyway.
Huh?
It's fun to go
Yeah,
to
no,
Austin.
I'm not doing it like it's a fucking business trip. Like I'm gonna enjoy it.
I'm just saying, man. Go like.
Yeah, of course. I won't stay.
Go to Lady Bird.
The only bad part about on landing is if you don't have a car, then you gotta like Uber.
You got an Uber, but then you can. I was gonna say you can drink and stuff, but you're underage, so don't do that.
Yeah.
No, in Austin it's 18, I'm pretty sure. At least it was for me.
For what?
I've heard the same thing, but I can't confirm.
And if cops are watching,
Any of y'all want to play on the stream, please fill out the form. We will be very happy to have you on the stream next week.
well, now it's E6, but I don't know if they're stricter. They might
You got ET?
No.
Fun time. Stream games are always fun.
I worked on
I feel like they're more likely to be more fun than the regular games out there. Don't get me wrong, there's some good games. Like we have a small hand Bruin.
What is it, 50-50?
50 to go.
This game is almost 50-50.
A couple of premiums
3 player.
showing up. Doc making the call. 2 suited aces and a Broadway hand. No one really connects with anything. Bronny picking up top pair, top kicker on the turn. Good turn for him.
Sorry, buddy. Oh, you'll shake this curse.
One call. 2 pair. Head up.
Looks like he bets it.
The frog.
Oh, it looks like Doc Belt bet 100. Running called. And that's a clean run out for the ace 10.
If the princess kisses the frog,
Not gonna bluff at it.
she wasn't a frog.
And I don't think Bronny's gonna fold top pair, top kicker here.
The frog is the prince.
I forgot how that started. But on the other, if the princess
I wouldn't.
kisses the frog, and if the princess
That's me.
kisses the frog, we'll turn into it. I think.
Big bet,
I
though.
wouldn't be able to tell you that. I've probably seen that story more recently than you have.
Probably.
I'll ask my friend.
Scary looking board too. Taking his time.
Shrek 2 is the best Shrek.
Got a big hand.
Underselling how big his hand is. I mean, top pair, top kicker is a big hand, but makes the call. Good call, Ronnie. Good call. Good call. Picks up a nice medium-sized pot at the end of the night. Of course, this game will continue off stream for a while. And with that, we have our actual last hand of the evening.
When you play with more bad players than good players, it gets hard to fold top pair. Right?
That's true.
We all.
Top pair is hard to make, Ronnie.
Top pair, top pair,
But if you're me, it's something that is good and bad.
Pretty hard to make.
Top pair, top pair. It wasn't that. It wasn't that loose of a call.
I don't think so.
No.
1 to go.
Appreciate it. I feel better about that. So,
Doc opening the king queen off. Unless he has a straddle on. I think.
is that a call?
Oh, he straddled. Straddle. Straddled to 20 for the last hand. Ronnie with the 8-6 this time. Makes the call. Yes, the last hand. Doc gonna raise it up. This might just be a raise and take it.
Do you check dark? You got a chance. I checked to you dark last time.
And he flops the joint. Doc is drawing live though to a jack. Not the actual joint, jack eight's the joint, but I mean here it's pretty good. I don't think Doc's raising jack eight, so I'd be pretty happy with my 8-6 here. We got a big pot brewing. That's going to kill the action. Ronnie's hand still very strong, but a little pot control there. And unfortunate. Doc ends up making the best hand, but this will kill the action. I don't imagine it's going to go bet.
Oh, God.
And the bad news is shown to Ronnie.
Oh, my God. How lucky did you get? Oh, my God.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining me this evening. I had a great time in the box, booth, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, booth tonight. Hope you all had a good time as well. I will see you.
That would be like...
Don't forget, TCH, games are great here. Come play with me. I'll see y'all later.
Oh, he's talking about a return. Why did I bet? I said if I bet the turn, the flush got there. He said, I mean, there's a lot there.